ஓகே 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 ஓகே. சரி ஜி. சரி ஜி, ரொம்ப தேங்க்யூ. முடிச்சு சொல்கிறேன் அண்ணாஜி. இந்த இதை பார்த்துட்டு சொல்கிறேன். இன்னைக்கு இது ஒன் டே ப்ரோக்ராமு. அடுத்து 23 நாளைக்கு. ஆமாம், ஆஃபீஸ் இருக்கு. சரி ப்ரோ. தேங்க்யூ தேங்க்யூ. யூடியூப் போங்க. ம் வந்துருச்சா? ப்ரோ சும்மா டெஸ்ட் பேசுங்க ஜி. ஒரு நிமிஷம் ப்ரோ. ஃபுல் ஸ்க்ரீன் வந்துச்சான்னு பாருங்க.
So a very good morning to one and all. Thanks for joining and ahead of time. Yeah, we will be starting the meeting soon at 10:15 a.m. scheduled. And yeah, I'm very happy to see all your faces who have joined ahead, not to be getting disconnected. If at all anyone get disconnected, you can join at any time through the YouTube live streaming. Okay. Yeah, you need not wait for to join in this Google Meet. Sometimes your admission may be delayed. Since you have joined early, it will not be a problem. But if there is any delay, please join through YouTube live streaming. If any friends of you also they have that query, you can ask them to join through YouTube live streaming. Thank you, sir. I can see Dr. Kannan being with us and so many friends. Everybody, you are here. Yeah, happy. Thank you, one and all. Thank you for your well wishes and being with us. Yes, thank you. Please be online. An announcement. Dear participants, if you are relaxing or in an informal dress, kindly mute your video. Even if you are muting your video, you will be able to hear us. You will be able to see us. So you can mute your video as well as audio. Your informal dress will not be visible to others. Thank you.
നിങ്ങളുടെ സുഹൃത്തുക്കൾക്കും
Yes. Okay. A very good morning to one and all. We will be starting the meeting very soon. But there is a small instructions for the participants. If you are not able to join this Google Meet, live streaming is going on. Use YouTube live streaming. You can join there. There is no need for admission there. Directly you will be joining. Okay. Thank you.
Hello, Jayalakshmi.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll,
Yes,
yes,
ma'am.
our VC has come, but he is not able to talk. It seems so. I think there from the admin side, you have to unmute. I think.
Okay.
Kindly do the needful. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, okay. Inform பண்றேன்.
Hello. Sakila? Sir, you are audible, sir.
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Sakila,
Sir, it's echoing.
hello.
Yes, sir.
Kindly give the instruction to mute all other participants when you are talking. Some echo
Yes,
is
sir.
coming.
Yes, sir. Already we informed, sir. Now newly joined somebody has unmuted it. We'll again
Yeah.
inform them, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Sakila.
Participants, kindly mute your microphone and also mute your video so that only one person should be talking at a time. So the
Background music will not come.
background music will not come. Yeah, background sound will not be coming. So just 2 more minutes. We are waiting for the keynote speaker, Dr. Somashekar, to join us. Already our Vice Chancellor has joined, and also all the other speakers have joined the session. So just we are waiting for our keynote speaker to join. So please kindly mute your microphone. The rest of the participants, around 244 participants are here right now. Kindly mute. So during the inauguration, only the speakers would be talking. Thank you so much.
இதுல கேமரா ஆஃப் பண்ணிடுறேன். இதுல பார்த்து பேசுறது ஆடியோ
Jayalakshmi,
Yes, sir.
you are on the line, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir. We are waiting for keynote speaker to join.
It's okay. No problem.
All others are ready and everything is okay, fine.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Somasekar from Balaji Medical, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
He's presently working there. He was a former dean of Kanyakumari Medical College and pediatric.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes.
Good morning, sir. I'm Kannan.
Good morning, Kannan. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
Jayalakshmi, where you are sitting? Your mic is off.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm in the department.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Be careful in the department. Don't
Yes,
allow
sir.
any people to enter, right? Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Very good.
Okay. Okay.
வணக்கம்
அவங்க asked to join கேக்குறாங்களா? Join கொடுங்களேன்.
Jayalakshmi,
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes, sir.
who is helping you?
The technology support people and Kamaraj is helping me. They are in the
Okay,
IT.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Right,
Oscar and Kamaraj, they are there. Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Okay, right.
Yes, sir. Thank you. இல்ல அவங்க வந்துட்டு trying to join சொல்றாங்க போல.
Don't get tension. It's online.
Yes.
It has its
Yeah,
own way of difficulties.
Yeah. The speaker is asking permission to join, it seems.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
So now you have to connect it, Dr. Jayalakshmi.
Jayalakshmi, you remove your spectacles.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Otherwise, the computer reflection is seeing in your spectacles.
Okay, thank you. You are caring so much, even for the finer details.
No. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, we are lucky enough to have a
Yes, sir.
No. Yeah, what? Jayalakshmi, a wire is coming on your face.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Has he come? Dr. Soma Hikaran has come?
Ma'am, they are asking you to inform. Ask once again.
He is on his mobile. From his mobile. He is from his mobile number. So he has come
Dr.
through the link.
Dr. Somasakar, voice I couldn't hear it.
He has come, I think. பாருங்க.
Yes. Is there?
I couldn't see his photograph.
Okay.
Sir, வந்துட்டீங்களா? Hello?
No.
Dr. Jayalakshmi, அவர் வந்து drsomas@gmail.com வழியா வராரு. So give him, allow him to enter. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Can you pass on the message to our technology team?
Yes, sir. I think she's doing that only. I'll just look into it, sir.
Because our invited speaker should not have any difficulty.
He said he's already entered into the link and it is asking for him to join. So we have to allow.
Yeah.
Unmute. Jayalakshmi, unmute. You have not unmuted.
Yeah, ma'am. The technology people, they want his number. Yeah, the Dr. So.
Mobile number, I'll give you. 9444 9444
9. Yeah.
115
Okay.
222.
Okay.
9444 115 222.
COVID 19
Okay. Okay. Hello? 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 Auntie, one meeting again, Sandra auntie.
The standard.
Hello, ma'am? Yeah, all of us has joined us now. Sorry for the delay. Yes, a warm welcome to one and all. Now, I humbly request our Vice Chancellor to inaugurate the session.
Jayalakshmi,
Yes, sir. Yeah,
kindly give me, somebody should give you a welcome address, right?
yeah, yeah. So, this is
Maybe
yeah,
Secular can give the welcome address.
Yes, sir. I will give the welcome address. Good morning to one and all. I hope everybody can hear my voice. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah. It's good. It's
Yeah,
good.
good morning to one and all. I welcome you all for this one-day webinar program, which we thought is a need of the hour in this COVID-19 situation, because you all know that we are very much eagerly waiting for a vaccine, a successful vaccine for COVID-19 infection. So during this period, we thought this webinar of COVID, a vaccine based on vaccines would be really useful for not only for all the students but also all the researchers who are trying to work on vaccines. So in this regard, myself and Dr. Jayalakshmi from School of Biological Sciences, we thought we would organize this webinar, and we will be discussing on, we have 4 lectures in this one-day webinar series with a keynote lecture series by Dr. R. Somashekar. Now, to talk about himself, Dr. R. Somashekar, he is a professor of pediatrics, and he was a former dean of Kanyakumari Government Medical College, and also former professor of pediatrics, Madras Medical College, Egmore. He has got so many awards, and of which the best award I would say is there is a list of awards which has been listed here. But he is a recipient of Best Doctor Award from Friends Cultural Academy and Lions Club, and also he has got active pediatrician award from IAAP TNSC in 2002 and Best Doctor Award in 2015. Like that, many laurels he has, and he is having many membership in professional bodies, and he has been giving various talks about vaccines. So today, particularly when we requested him to give a talk, he immediately accepted to talk about the adolescent vaccine. So he would be discussing about the impact and importances of adolescent vaccines. So the next speaker would be Dr. Balakrishnan, and who is well known in Madurai Kamaraj University. He is a professor from School of Biological Sciences, and he would be discussing about the vaccine effect and everything. Main thing is he would be discussing about the history of vaccines and principles of vaccination. Then in the afternoon session, I would be discussing about immunity against pathogens for which traditional vaccination has failed. So we should be aware of that also. And the final session would be Dr. Jayalakshmi herself, and she would be talking on the development of vaccines and myths and facts of vaccination. So these are the 4 topics which we are planning to cover. So without further introduction, I would like to welcome you all for this gathering. And at the onset, I would like to welcome and thank our Vice Chancellor who has given us permission to start this webinar and also permit and he has given us consent to inaugurate this webinar also. So welcome you all and welcome you, sir, our Vice Chancellor, and please start the inauguration. Thank you very much, sir.
Good morning to one and all. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is a wonderful time. At least I have to thank CoVirus for giving opportunity to have so many webinars in particularly Madurai Kamaraj University. Why we need this type of important topic like vaccine? Because there is a lot of problem is going on to developing the vaccine, particularly to the COVID 19. Why it's happened? But if you are seeing that, why it's very much needed? If you are seeing that, there are a lot of problem is coming. For example, this virus is not only affecting that particularly Tamil Nadu or India, it is affected all over the world. Even today, if you are seeing the news, India is standing second rank by the infection of the COVID-19. But every country is trying to develop the vaccine, particularly for the COVID-19. But still, we are on the what you called towards the preparing the or developing the vaccine. But before that, I have to tell that Earlier we thought that human is the highest or powerful people in the world. Even if you are seeing that some of my zoology teachers or students, they understand that what is that level of producers, consumers 1, 2, 3 like that. So that we thought that we are the consumers in the top level. We are the top persons, we can do anything. But today, a small virus is teaching to us, we are equal. We are equal. A virus think that if you want to collide the population, it's possible. So every corner now we are talking about vaccine or the COVID 19. And also so many doubts also coming. Whether this COVID virus 19, it's having any similarity of that another SARS virus what we had earlier, how it's spreading, how we are going to produce that vaccine for that. But my dear students, my dear participants, I have to register here. I think 2 weeks before I saw the news, unpublished news, this co-virus is having some similarity of the genome of Neanderthal. They are talking about some of the genes in the chromosome 3. It's related to the co-virus 19. But still, every corner of the world, they are trying to prepare the vaccine for co-virus 19. I don't want to go for the detail about that, how to prepare the vaccine for the virus, attenuated. But we are trying to that last 30 years, the people are trying that, whether we can give the virus through the mouth, that means orally, what we are giving to the polio virus, and also we are giving the vaccine through the nasals, through the skin. So many ways we are giving that. And also recently that they have to develop the technology. The pregnant woman can carry that or take the vaccines. By that, the child inside the the womb, it can get the resistance to the virus. So these are the development is going on, but still the new virus, the COVID-19, we don't have that any technology to develop the virus. Why? Because even recently I heard that the virus available in Maharashtra, the virus available in Gujarat, it's not similar to the virus in Tamil Nadu. Whether it's mutated, how it's going to have the change in a very short time. So only people are telling that the death rate at Gujarat or Maharashtra are very high when compared to Tamil Nadu. So that people working on vaccine should think about it, how fast it's going to be mutated, which gene is going to be mutated, how it's going to develop a common vaccine for the COVID 19 available throughout the world. That is our challenge, I can say. And also, since I am sitting in Madurai Kamaraj University, we have the unique problem. Why? Because if anybody visited already in Madurai Kamaraj University, there is a huge tree where near about 50,000 bats are coming every day and taking the rest and go around the world. The people living nearby my village, because Madurai University is known for the villages. So the people living in the villages, they thought that the virus can spread through the bats. But thanks to the scientists from various countries, including Madurai Kamaraj University, they had given a very good report saying that this virus is not going to spread the COVID 19. But bat has the virus, but it's a difference from the COVID 19, what you are dealing today. So that news had been given the press and spread over that all over the village. Then only they are very happy. Second thing I can say, now we are accommodating near about 150 infected patients in our university hostel. Then again they are thinking that my village people, since they are accommodating that infected patients in the university, is it any possibility to spread the virus through the air? I don't know that no results is coming so far, but if it is true, if it is going to spread by air, definitely the infection will be very high rate in Madurai. So these are the questions people should give the answer. The people are working in vaccine, they should give the proper answer for my public. And also recently we people are telling that the virus, how it's going to infect it by S2, and then how it's going to play a role on respiration, blood clotting, and so many things. So, my dear experts going to give in the lecture, kindly start with your lecture with the preliminary studies and you explain that properly to my participants, including the Vice Chancellor of Madurai Kamaraj University, because we are working in different fields. But I can say that we need more knowledge about the vaccine. Finally, what I want to say that any disaster is coming, Madurai University extend their help to the public. Today, we are joining with the Nimhans at Bangalore and the Chelamuthu Trust at Madurai. We all three, we are joining together, and then we are giving that psychosociological problem through the virus. Because 2 days back I studied that the virus, when they are affecting that a human, it's going to bring the disorders in the neurological system. When you are having some problem in the neurological system, what happened? Your thinking power, your activity, your psychology, everything is going to be affected. So what we are telling that to the public, because of the virus, you have to be very careful, but you don't need to operate too much. You have to follow the instruction given by state government and central government. Then only you can safeguard yourself from this virus. So with this, what I try to tell that, finally, whenever you have a praying time, whenever you are having the prayer, kindly include the prayer for our noble profession like doctors, those who are working with the patients, our nurses, those who are working with the patients, our police people, those who are working with the infected patients. They have to have a long life. I am seeing that a frequent advertisement in the TV, the infected patients, அதாவது இந்த நோயினால் பாதிக்கப்பட்டவர்களிலிருந்து ஒதுங்கி இருக்கிறார்களே என்று சொல்லுகிறார்களே ஒழிய அவர்கள் வாழ்க்கையில் ஒதுக்கி வைக்கவில்லை என்று நீங்கள் அந்த கருத்தை முழுமையாக ஏற்றுக்கொள்ள வேண்டும். You can isolate the people, you can quarantine the people who are affected by this virus, but at the same time you think that they are our human being, they are our one of the people, they are one among our relatives, they are one among our society. So you have to take care of. I wish that this wonderful conference webinar, because you have that a good experts, starting with that Dr. Somasekhar from Balaji Medicals and my professor from Madurai Kamaraj University, Dr. Balakrishnan, Dr. Sagila, Dr. Jayalakshmi, all are expert in the field. They are going to give the lecture on this particular topic. So everybody give the attention to that, because even the COVID-19 period, the people are giving more attention to educate the public, educate the student, educate the research scholar to give more ideas about the vaccine. It's not a compulsory meeting. Whoever joined in that meeting, they are voluntarily, they are coming and joining. So please give your attention for another 3 or 4 hours. By that, you can gain the knowledge in the subject and do something for our society. Once again, I am thanking to every people who are joining with us for giving permission to give the inaugural address, particularly Dr. Jayalakshmi and Dr. Sasikala, who are the organizing secretary of this wonderful conference. Wish you all the best, and you will have a fruitful time today for another 3 hours. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It's our great pleasure that you gave the inaugural address on behalf of the organizers and also on behalf of all the participants. We thank our Vice Chancellor for giving the inaugural address. Thank you so much, sir. Now that our keynote speaker, Dr. Somashekar, also has joined our webinar. So we are all very happy that we could, even though we are all sitting in various places, still we could communicate with each other for important cause. Now today we are all going to get educated, and all the participants, I feel that they'll be getting more knowledge from not only about the past and present, but also the future, the vaccine preparations and the future technologies which are going to help them in fact vaccine preparation. So I take this opportunity once again. Thank you very much, sir, and thanks a lot for inaugurating. Now, may I welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Somashekar. Can you hear us, sir?
Thank you. Yeah, welcome, madam. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir.
Yeah, it's a great morning to you. Yeah, warm greetings from Chennai. And indeed, I am extremely happy today to be part of the conference. That is the need of the hour today. And the significance of the past, present, and future, the theme which you have chosen on the vaccinology. The vaccine is known to the human since centuries, right from Edward Jenner, who has practiced and found the cowpox, from where the Latin word vaxia came into. So the vaxia, then in his innovation and his dedication, the Edward Jenner coined the word vaccination. So the vaccination is a tool which you can control a disease caused by virus and bacteria and even eradicate. That is a success story which you have eradicated smallpox, polio, neonatal tetanus, and so on and so forth. So when I have joined my second year MBBS, just entering into the clinical medicine in the year 1978, the government of India came out with the prevention of vaccine for 6 major childhood illnesses, starting from BCG, tetanus toxoid, diphtheria, pertussis, and typhoid. So these were the most important 6 vaccine preventable diseases. Initially, the government of India wanted to have a vaccination program. And in the year 1985, they expanded it to include the measles vaccine. Now, recently, all of you know the government of Tamil Nadu set a target and trying to push the MR vaccine campaign, which I was one of the part of the member of the expert committee when I was working in the head of the Department of Vaccine Preventable Disease in Institute of Child Health. So I had an opportunity to work along with and do this campaign of MR. So although it was launched and introduced in the vaccination program in the year 1885, still we are not able to conquer and eradicate and eliminate measles. That is the big challenge now we are facing. So the next comes your Mission Indradhanush. From the expanded program of immunization, the universal immunization program came into. Then the national immunization program came into. So then the program changed to, in the present scenario, in the year 2014, May, Mission Indradhanush was launched. This is nothing but immunization for all in children less than 5 years old. So this is a story about the vaccinology and the vaccine. Although we are successfully eliminate the smallpox and polio and the neonatal tetanus, there are other re-emerging infections now. What the present and the future, what we are facing a challenge is the COVID-19. I think the inaugural address, our esteemed Honorable Vice Chancellor of Madurai Kamaraj University, I am indebted to, because my in-law who worked in the university as a superintendent for 4 decades, and he got superannuation from the university. So I have an affinity to be part of the university. I am very proud to say I must thank the organizers, Jayalakshmi, and my friend's wife, Dr. Shakila, for having called me, and my other co-speakers as well. So this is a day to be remembered. And the theme which you have given is very apt: past, present, and future. Past is very important. The history dates back to events always. The present is what I am going to talk about is the impact and the importance of adolescent vaccination, because the 50% of our population in India is adolescents. So if you catch them young, they are going to be our future generation. This is what our missile man APJ Abdul Kalam said. So we need to be creative, and we are creating. You have created a benchmark in organizing this most important need of our webinar. So today is, again I said, is an auspicious day. The COVID vaccine is entering into a human trial. So this is a day to be remembered. The COVID vaccine is entering into a human trial. So ladies and gentlemen, with this keynote address, I will be able to just share my screen next about the importance and the impact of adolescent vaccination.
Okay,
How to
sir.
share the screen? How
Yes,
to
sir.
share the screen?
In the right side of the screen, you have present now. There you
Yeah,
go, and then you click a
three buttons.
window. Yeah. By then you
Three
would have
buttons
opened your PowerPoint presentation in the background. Yeah.
in the background. Okay.
Sakila,
After
thank you.
opening. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
I
Yes.
have some other meeting, so I can please.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you, sir.
Privilege to have you, sir. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Doctor, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And the three dots தானே மேடம் சொல்றீங்க?
இல்ல அதுக்கு முன்னாடி present noun இருக்கும் சார்.
ஒரு சின்ன
Yeah, present now. Yeah.
ரைட் சைடுல அதுல விண்டோல போனீங்கன்னா your PowerPoint will be there.
So,
அதுல
you
you
are
have to share போடணும்.
okay. Yeah.
ஷேர் பண்ணீங்கன்னா உங்க PowerPoint வரும்.
Yeah, it's coming. I'm trying to share. Able to see?
No, sir.
You have to go to your background and open your slide now, sir.
Slide
Okay,
open பண்ணி வைக்கணும் sir. அந்த PowerPoint. டாக்டர் கண்ணன் சார், வெல்கம் சார். நான் எப்பதான் பாக்குறேன் உங்களை. வந்துட்டு இருக்கு சார். Presentation slowly it's coming.
Yeah.
You are presenting வருது, ஆனா உங்க face தான் வருது. நீங்க அந்த ஸ்லைட் ஷோ மோட்ல போடுங்க சார். காமராஜ். Sir, now it's coming, sir. Now you can start. Start, sir. Yes, sir. இப்போ வந்துச்சு sir. Yes, sir. Now the slide has come, sir. You can start now. Yeah. Thank you,
I
sir.
can start now. Okay. So the topic given to me is the impact and the importance of adolescent immunization. So far from the inaugural address by our honorable, our esteemed Vice Chancellor of the university, he has briefed about the impact, how the vaccine has revolutionized and so far conquered several diseases. So the next thing is what I am going to say about the importance of the adolescent immunization. The adolescent, as I said, is the most vulnerable population, and they have an unique behavior, risk-taking behavior. So we need to protect them as well, because most of the time we feel that this is often a missing link. So the vaccination, immunization is only for children. Most of the, even my parents, they believe it is not so. The adolescent also continue to have the protection as well, because there is, as all of you know, there is a waxing and waning of the immune status as well. So what happens when they grown into adolescence, the parents forget that my child is grown up. Now the expanded adolescent goes up to the age of even 21 years. All of you know the teenage, that is the Vidalai Parvam, that is the pre-adolescent 9 to 12 years and 13 to 19 years, and which is now expanded up to 29 years. And although these children, they are not miniature of an adult. They are not miniature of an adult. They are physically, they are developed, but not fully mentally. So we need to bridge the gap between a strong childhood and an adulthood. Of course, my favorite topic, wherever I go, I will say that your road to health, lifelong health, starts and begins with breastfeeding. I think this is the first vaccine. Each one of you must remember the mother gives, that is a liquid gold. What you get in the first 24 to 48 hours is the colostrum, which is much in immunoglobulin, antibodies, and so on. That is the first vaccine the baby gets it soon after birth. So, by promoting successfully the exclusive breastfeeding within 1 hour, I think we can prevent 14% of all major childhood disease, especially pneumonia, diarrhea, and asthma, and so on and so forth. So, which the next thing is about the first vaccine, which I told you, the Edward Jenner, who invented the method to protect against smallpox in the year 1796. So, what was the method he involved first? This is what is the technology now which is improved. So, he was trying to take, you see, an infected material from a blister of a someone infected with a cowpox. Earlier, the smallpox was called as a cowpox, and inoculating that into another person's skin. This is called arm-to-arm inoculation, as you see here. So, this is this is an inoculation. So this is not vaccination. So the cow, the word which derived from the Latin word for it, vaccinia. So he is the man who coined the word vaccination. So next is about, however, by late 1940, scientific knowledge has developed enough so the large-scale vaccine production was possible, and the disease control efforts could be begin, and it became almost beginners. So from the time the Edward Jenner immunization has undergone number of modifications, I think I just read his story, which he first used to inject. Nobody came forward when he found out the vaccine and invented this vaccine. He had to get everybody. He had to put himself and his family members, his wife, his brother, and everybody. And then one day he was able to probably succeed to a community in a larger scale. So then the smallpox vaccination is just not come by a regular vaccination. So this is what the story. Rome cannot be built in one day. You see, so he had struggled a lot. And you can see now, I think most of you, the viewers now, and thanks for the participants, which has crossed nearly 200 today. So that shows the interest and the subject immunology and vaccinology. So you can see the density of the rush here. over the face more than the trunk, you see. So this lesion is called a pox lesion. This is an umbilicated lesion which goes behind and leaves behind the scar. To say the Tamil, the heroine's father in the movie Kadal, I think you must have known about this man, gentleman. He is no more now. His face is full of the pox marks. So, such a very grotesque faces. That's a furious faces one could develop once this smallpox has come. So, this is a very rarest of rare image which I could collect from the public health image library. So, this is the lesion which you can see. So, and you can see the trunk as well. And this was taken in the Bangladesh in the 1975. And the year in which the smallpox was eradicated, 1975. So in the year May. So when I was a childhood, the people in my village near a small hamlet near Nagargoil, near Susindaram, people, the vaccinators come to chase you. You will go and hide yourself. You will not come forward because this is going to be a painful situation and so on. Now we are not, the younger generation of today has not seen this lesion at all. So we can only see them as image. So the next, what the past history we have created, the success story, the eradication of the polio. So before the polio vaccine was available, almost 13,000 to 20,000 cases of paralytic polio were reported each year in the United States. The polio has left thousands of victims, mostly children in braces and clutches and wheelchairs and iron and lungs. The effects were lifelong, of course. So now hardly we see the polio. You can see the ward of a polio, which the Jenner and the Salk, which they have created this ward for the polio. So much so that gravity and the quantity of the case load, which even I had seen when I was as a professor graduate. So even today, the government of Tamil Nadu is still trying, struggling hard. So I will just brief you about the polio story. So this is the polio eradication. So 2000 cases of polio in 17 countries in 2006. Only 4 countries remain endemic. That is the pain country. That is the Pakistan, Afghanistan, and India and Nigeria. Now I think we, India, have the time to raise our collar. And in the year March 2014, on 27th of March, the WHO declared India is polio free. So, although India is polio free, so subsequent to no cases has been reported in the last 3 years of since before 2014. Then the switch came into. So, although there is a vaccine-derived polio is there, so we need to transform from the oral polio to injectable polio. So they were two brothers, Jonas Sabin and Jonas Salk. And I have to be very happy to share the moment. When I was a postgraduate in the year 88 in the Institute of Child Health, the Salk who visited India happened to visit the premier Apex Institute of Child Health and Hospital for Children. So Jonas Salk and Edward Jenner, you can see the great stalwarts, and they have invented this vaccine polio in the year April 12 and 1955, and the Edward Jenner he introduced in the year of the smallpox vaccine, which I have told you. Just to remember, for the interest of the postgraduates who may be very curious to know the history, it was in the year May 14, 1796, the first smallpox vaccine was introduced. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, my humble request to all of you. So much so they have struggled and created the vaccination is the number one tool to eradicate and control and curtail the spread of the disease caused by the bacteria and viruses. So, just giving a vaccination, mere information alone would never suffice. Now, even the newborn, as you see from the picture, needs to know why I am given a phototherapy when the baby has jaundice. The mother who needs to be sensitized about how the phototherapy acts. So how effective in the communication you are able to probably, that is the tool for your step further and forward. So counseling, all of you must develop a commendable communication skill. So all of you, I hope your head of the department and your vice chancellor has got uh, development skill program for all of you. So giving a vaccine to an adolescent again is not that easy. Some of them may assent, some of them may dissent. That is, they refuse to take. Some may probably come forward. Even the mothers, suppose, say that I have brought my child for a vaccination because after the age of 18, they have a knowledge and they are independent. They have to decide whether the HPV vaccine I should take it or not. So it is again a consent which you need to take it. That is what I put the slide, information versus counseling. This is me which I am trying to counsel to your mother. Okay. So coming to the adolescent vaccine, the vaccines are in the list are Tdap, that is the tetanus, diphtheria, and that is the lower case of the lower immunogenicity, and the pertussis vaccine. These are still, when I was working in children hospital again in the year 2013 to 15, when I became a professor, the diphtheria again came into re-emergence of this. So again now the government of Tamil Nadu has developed again a campaign to give a TD vaccine to all school children subsequently also. So the adolescent or the missing link, I told you, they need to be given a booster at the age of 12 to 12 years, can be given right from at the age of 7 too. So this is the most important vaccine I would like to stress at this hour to all of you is the human papilloma virus. So this again depends on the age in which how many doses to be taken, either to take 2 doses or 3 doses. If a child who comes forward, the mother who is willing, child willing to take it, present to take it, again it is the 2 doses if the child gets the dose within 14 years, starting from 10 to 14 years. If she is crossed 15 years, again you need to give 3 doses. That is the 0 dose, that is the first dose 1, and the second dose you can give it either at a day, I mean 1 month after or 2 months after, and 6 months. Dear friends, here the human papilloma virus, some of the children, they might take it, they might not take it. Again, your counseling skill probably goes a long way to create an impact about taking up this vaccine. When it comes to the rabies vaccine, it is not that they decide, only the treating physician who decide, but it is because it is a life and death. So here, human papilloma virus is not like a rabies vaccine. So here you need to get the consent of the parent, child. Okay, and here actually how the tetanus, which is a very dreadful disease, which you might not have seen this. You see the mother with this rhizus saradanicus. That is the mouth muscles are very rigid and it is pitching to one side, is almost parallel. You can see the twistotonous posture of this lady, and you can see the mouth which is very plastic like. Okay, so here the girl is going into arching like because of the muscle spasm. So the best treatment is the prevention, that is through only immunization. So coming to the next, the adolescent vaccine under special circumstances is the influenza vaccine, that to be given at the 12 to 18 years of age. And I think in the year 2008 and 9, all of you know the first pandemic, all of you have probably at your age who experiences the swine flu, that is the swine flu that was first reported in the year somewhere in Mexico, and within 1 month it has spread across the globe. So still this influenza has got a role to all of you to get vaccinated as a booster at the age of 10 to 18 years. And when I had been to Japan, so for a training on healthcare associated infection control, first day I was not let me to walk into the hospital. So I was given this shot, and then only after 24 hours I was allowed to get into the enter into the ward. The Japanese encephalitis is another very dreadful disease. The tool what we have in hand is only the vaccination. So this was, all of you must remember that engineering college students, when they were life were lost in West Bengal, more than 253 at 50, the inmates. Nobody knows. The West Bengal government was trying to, mysterious that then they probed into after the Right to Information Act, then they came to know the cause of death was only due to Japanese encephalitis. So this is another important vaccine which you need to be given under special circumstances or in an endemic country. The Tamil Nadu has got 17 states which is endemic. Madurai is endemic. Tanjavur is endemic. And 1955, the first case was reported from Tamil Nadu from the CMC Vellore, and Tirunelveli is endemic. And so remember Japanese encephalitis. The another one is the pneumococcal vaccine. So the pneumonia. So when one of my friend's mother who had been to Kansas City, US, she acquired because of the climatic change and the exchange of age, because of the vaccine and waning or the suppression and the immunocompromised state. My friend mother, who was 83 years, succumbed to invasive pneumococcal disease. Then he was ventilated and she came back to India successfully. And I was kind enough to give this vaccine to my friend's mother. So this has no age. Even now, the immunization and vaccine, the advisory committee on immunization and vaccine, the IAP, that is the Indian Academy of Pediatrics, Immunization and Vaccine Committee, also recommends that the pneumococcal vaccine to be given to all the adolescents. If she has not taken the earlier dose, suppose the history we do not know. This is a this is not a conjugate vaccine. This is a polysaccharide vaccine. This is to be given to adolescents. If the history of this polysaccharide conjugate vaccine is not known, then the adolescent has to be given one dose of the conjugate vaccine, repeat with the polysaccharide vaccine. The rabies, which is again, because as I told you, the risk-taking behavior, and they need to be given this because this is an important vaccine. Even if you have a pet at home, you need to give a pre-exposure. So polysaccharide vaccine alone is not effective. It should be preceded by PCV. That's what I said regarding the pneumococcal vaccine. The pre-exposure, there are 2 doses as far as the rabies is concerned, 0 to 7. And in the although I have mentioned here 5 doses, the 2018 WHO position paper stated that 4 doses enough. So just mere lick, even without a bite, without anything, just mere lick with a touch of a bleed, you need to give an immunoglobulin. Only then you can neutralize the virulent antibody, the virus particle which are trying to slowly multiply. So recombinant human monoclonal antibody is the which is readily available, which to be given 3.33 international unit per kg in place of it may be a dog or a cat bite. Even Cochin, the squirrel bite also has led to the spread of rabies. This is just for your knowledge out of the way. So this is the mechanism of action of the this slide. So the coming to the influenza vaccine, as I told you, that one dose to a person about 9 years to be applied, given. The annual revaccination with a single dose is must, and the best time to vaccinate is the new ones. The new vaccine is available, and especially country like us, we have a rainy season somewhere starting from the summer. So better to take it somewhere soon after the summer, that is the August. Okay. So the Japanese encephalitis, as I told you, that there is only we have still our country is endemic. So the vaccine available is a live attenuated SA14 and 14-2 vaccine. The dose is 0.5 ml, can be given subcutaneous. And this is the government setting. The live attenuated vaccine is given. The private setting, you have a inactivated vaccine, that is the SA14, 14-2. Again, there are different strength, that is the 3 mics and 4 mics, and in 2 doses to be given. The 6 mics is 0.5 ml and 3 mics is 0.25 ml. So the another important vaccine all of you must know is the meningococcal vaccine. See, outbreak of meningococcal vaccine disease may occur at schools, colleges, and universities. So, and other places where a large number of adolescents and young adults congregate. So, the Indian Academy of Pediatrics and uh, 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 they recommends the meningococcal vaccine to children above 2 years in high risk conditions. Not only that, the immunocompromised state, children at high risk groups are with the cochlear implant or who require asthma, who require congenital heart disease, who had undergone a transplant or a bone marrow transplant, nephrotic syndrome, on a renal problem, and so on. The travelers to African countries, Saudi Arabia, and for Koch mandatory. So, students, this is very important. I would like to highlight. So, many of the engineering college students are asking for this meningococcal vaccine certificate. So, I have to give it, and some of the universities they insist on when there is a large concrete and gathering. So ACIP recommends immunization for all adolescents 11 to 12 years of age and high risk groups. So, as a matter of fact, the catch-up vaccination. So, this is the measles, mumps, rubella. This picture is measles. This is the diphtheria, and this is the mumps. Okay. So, the measles, mumps campaign, which I have said. I mean, initially in my keynote address, I have said the MMR campaign. 2 doses are to be given. Hepatitis B series. Anybody who is an healthcare professional or anybody who has come in contact with uh, biomedical waste or anything, so they need to be given a hepatitis B vaccine series. That all of you entering into I think the medical college, we insist on any healthcare worker or anybody, 3 doses are to be given, 0, 1, 6. And hepatitis A series, I think again it is mandatory in a hostile or wherever it is. And typhoid vaccine also as an adolescent vaccine to be given as a catch-up dose. And the varicella, that is the sister of smallpox, that is variola, that is the chickenpox, that is the varicella. I have to say at this juncture, to my daughter I have given varicella because my wife was from a place where near Tirunelveli. I think her childhood details of immunization were not known. After her marriage, having given birth to a child and 2 children, she developed a varicella. So at this juncture, I would like to say all your adolescents, the participants who are listening to this vaccinology update on past, present, and future must be given 2 doses of varicella vaccine. This is another very important complication which we have undergone a study in a school where 15% of the school population were found positive for the rubella antibody. The rubella is one which you will see, the infection which is passed on to progeny, so which does affect the children. So this is what is 90% of the infants born to mothers infected with rubella during the first trimester of pregnancy will develop congenital rubella syndrome, resulting in heart attack, heart defect like patent ductus arteriosus and cataract, as you see here, there is a mental retardation and deafness. So you see here with a child with a cataract. So here is a child with a congenital rubella syndrome. And this is a picture, a multivaried presentation of a chickenpox lesion. I was shown earlier about smallpox. This is a chickenpox, a milder form. Okay, so this is another important recommendation for adolescent travelers who like to explore the world or undertake any trekking. The meningococcal vaccine, which I have already enumerated. I think I have another 5 more minutes. Can I have 5 more minutes, madam? And the yellow fever vaccine, which is
given 1 hour time,
okay.
sir. No problem.
Okay, madam. So the another yellow fever vaccine, I think the yellow fever vaccine is given from the government of Tamil Nadu, which we need to contact the King Institute, which you need to produce your passport on a registration 1 day before. They'll ask you to come next week. And where you need South Saharan and African countries, when you undertake a tour or anything, I think you need to be given. And it is ideal to give it to develop the antibodies at least 2 weeks before the onset of your travel. And the oral cholera vaccine, which is, I think most of you must have forgotten, the cholera, which has probably again, which our Tamil Nadu and Madras has faced an epidemic. So this still which is there. So this is still being given in an endemic area like ours. or whenever there is an outbreak, it's a oral vaccine available still, and the 2 doses are given with 1 week apart. And Japanese bee encephalitis, again, as I told you, that the endemic areas where it is more prevalent. And the rabies vaccine, which I am trying to again reiterate and re-emphasize that I will ask you at the end why it is important. Because for adolescent going on a trekking now, it is most common fashion. So they need to be given as a pre-exposure prophylaxis, at least 0, 7, and 28. Only 2 doses now it is recommended as per the WHO 2018 guidelines. So these are the all age appropriate vaccines should be completed. This is a must before you undertake any travel. And those who wish to travel to Hajj as a pilgrimage, I think we need to take even oral polio vaccine as well. So coming to the safety and efficacy of the vaccine, I think Japanese encephalitis vaccine is very safe. The duration of protection is longer, and the efficacy as far as it is concerned is 45% in India. And influenza, no major concern about. Initially, they were talking about some spinal cord and other issues, which I faced a problem with one of the HODs when I was a dean in Kanyakumari Government Medical College. Nobody came forward to take it because of the side effect, but absolutely no side effect. And I had convinced them after the effective counseling skill, and then they all came forward and take it. The government supply is free, and duration of protection is 6 to 8 months. After 1 year, you need to give another dose, which will give protection up to 90%. So the dengue vaccine, another, because you have also asked me about the future. The dengue vaccine is on a trial due to phase 3 trial all over, which has already been practiced in Philippines and Singapore. Due to other technical reasons and issues, it is yet to be determined, and the duration of protection is variable, and the efficacy as far as dengue vaccine is concerned, 65%. And the typhoid, as I told you, that the side effect regarding the safety, no major concern. A duration of protection is yet to be clarified, and the efficacy is about 50 to 75%. The typhoid, because of the water, although the Alma Ata declared 2000 for all, the clean potable water, so still we are struggling hard to find the potable water. So until then, the typhoid also will be our pathogen. We need to live with it and try to take only the precaution, that is by means of your taking an effective vaccine. The meningococcal vaccine available as a quadrivalent vaccine, which is safe and the protection is longer, and the efficacy is up to the tune of 60 to 80%. So now we come to the present and the future, that is the COVID-19 vaccine. I think our Vice Chancellor has briefed about it. I think today is an auspicious day, as I told you that in the keynote address, which is taking into a human trial from today, this moment onwards. There are so many countries, and we have to lift our, I think, a bar, and India is really in the rat race. There are more than 7 pharmaceutical companies which are in the preparatory form, and the first one to compete is the Bharat Biotech, that is the Hyderabad-based company, which is already finished phase 2 trial and phase 3 trial, which they are starting today on any account, which they say that which need to be brought somewhere in the end of August or September. So this is why this is a recombinant monoclonal antibody, because it need to involve both T cell and B cell, so RNA and DNA. So this is where we need to depend on the recombinant monoclonal antibodies. So as far as the safety of this vaccine, well, I have no experience. The duration of protection also, we need to study about it later. And the efficacy, I should not say at this juncture. I think we need to wait for the government and the Ministry of Health and the ICMR and the WHO. After the pre-qualified certification, they will say how far it is efficacious. So, and one more thing, when I talk about the vaccine, the 2 things which I need to stress upon, that is the storage of vaccine and the adverse events following immunization. The storage of vaccine, all of you know that from the manufacturer, to the target, that is the beneficiary, it has to be stored in 0 to 8 degrees Celsius, at least by 2 degrees Celsius to 8 degrees Celsius. And where you should store also matters. So this is what is the cold chain. Okay. So cold chain. So keep the lower shelf, that is the freezer, filled with ice packs. This is the uppermost rack, which to be filled with only ice packs, and the upper shelf to be stored with MMR and BCG, and uh, um, any amber color we can do it, and OPV can be stored along with it here in the freezer compartment, the first tray, and anything which likely to probably uh, precipitate is not likely to be stored in the upper tray or in the freezer compartment. That is any tea containing vaccine, that is typhoid, DPT, and TD, and influenza, and so on and so forth. So the lower shelf to be stored only the dial events and the emergency drugs. That is like any adverse event following vaccination, if at all anything comes, I think adrenaline, which is the life-saving drug, to be stored. And while you store your adrenaline, you need to check for the expiry, which has got a very short expiry. The bottom, you can store a salt water. In the door, no other food particles, anything is to be stored, and you can store a water bottle for a better cooling and circulation. So this is what is more important. So vaccine should be refrigerated immediately on arrival from the distributor, from the manufacturer. It can be airlifted. So, or you have to have a walking cooler in the district level, and in the field level you can have a vaccine carrier, WHO vaccine carrier, which can hold its vaccine potency for 6 to 6 hours, maximum at 8 hours. So vaccine should be left in their packing as this acts as an insulator. It should not be. This is to prepare the contamination and the programmatic error. So vaccine can be placed as follows: the freezer compartment, OPV, measles, MMR. Again, just to reiterate, and the top shelf BCG, MMR, and the middle shelf all these vaccines, and lower shelf diluent. And the baffle tray should be kept empty. No milk packet or anything to be kept. This is our common error. So all vaccines should be stored between 2 to 8 degrees Celsius. A dial thermometer should be placed in the middle of the refrigerator, and temperature should be monitored twice daily and to be recorded. The first in, first out. That is the first vaccine you keep may have a short expiry. That is FIFO. That is first out to come out, or first to expire, first must be out. All of you know vaccine while monitoring. So that indicates the proper storage. OPV is given. If it changes in color, it should be discarded. As I told you again, foodstuffs and cool drinks should never be stored. Okay. So these are the few references which I have quoting. IAP guidebook on immunization latest is 2018, and the CDC immunization guidelines, and the WHO immunization summary. And the take-home message is, we have conquered a disease called uh, smallpox, and we have eliminated, and that is a success story, and tetanus. So now it is time for you to take this challenge. Another challenge is the distribution and supply of this vaccine. So we have to look into the distribution and supply of this vaccine also. That is also a take-home message. Can anyone guess that why I am projecting this? This is my tiny Tyra, which was my pet dog, which was we were rearing up as a pet dog in my house. And one fine day, it was a bad day for all of us. We have lost this dog. You know why? He just missed one booster dose. So probably a rat which was probably there roaming around. It has bitten a rat from where the rat probably, the bandicoot, the rabies has probably transmitted. This my lovely Ira has died of rabies. So I don't want this to occur to any of you. So when every pet is protected, why not you and kids? So any questions, I think I'm free to answer, or you can WhatsApp to me, or you can call me, or you can mail me. You can note down my WhatsApp and take a screenshot if you want, and no, this is not my one. You can at your service at any point of time. And very curious to hear from you at the end as a feedback. And thank you, Dr. Sakil and Jayakshmi and my co-speaker and the principal for, honorary Vice Chancellor for giving me this opportunity to be one among you to take this forward in this webinar of vaccinology. Thank you so much, madam.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir, for this wonderful session. And now I request the participants to post your questions in the chat box. If you have any specific question very clear, you can just unmute also and you can ask. Otherwise, just post it in your chat box. It will be very, very easy for us to explain. Sir, there is a question for you. There's some.
Thank you. Yeah, please, ma'am.
Yeah, they need a little more detail about meningococcal vaccines.
Yeah, that's a very good question, madam. That's a very good question. See, the meningococcal vaccine is available as Menectra. So, meningococcus is a disease which is very dreadful disease which affects the meningitis, which produces meningitis, that is the meninges, which when affected, the children and this is one of the AE, acute encephalitis syndrome. So there is no vaccine, no medicine, effective medicine, because those who even recover also succumb to very disability. Even 50% of those who recover, even with this effective antibiotic early identification, they land up with disability. So this is a disease caused by meningococcus, and you have a vaccine that is very effective, meningococcal vaccine, that is the quadrivalent vaccine, that is the conjugate vaccine, which is to be given right from even 2 years of age. The study shows even can be given at 2 years and need to be given a booster dose. And those who goes abroad to a country where to take travel or to a place US, which I have mentioned, and there where there is a conglomerance, there is a gathering, there are hostiles or inmates which they are likely to spread this disease, where even they are to be given this vaccine before they undertake this travel. That is what it said, at least 2 weeks before the travel they should take it. By taking it only, they are licensed, they are eligible to get admission into that university. This is a very important vaccine. Thanks for asking me this question, madam. Thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Jayalakshmi, there is one more question which they posted. Maybe I'll ask that. One participant named Tanisha Bimwal, she is asking, how does the dengue vaccination works? What could be the possible mechanism behind it?
So the dengue vaccine, as you know, there are so many strains are there for the dengue. So similarly for malaria and HIV, the vaccine is only becoming futile. So similar to that, the dengue vaccine, they have found even after the human trial, they have injected, and what happened, those who have even taken also developed dengue. So therefore, they have to withhold this vaccine. That is the reason that now it is not being promoted. Thank you for asking me this question.
Yeah, sir, there is a very basic question. Why does some vaccines require booster doses? What's the need for booster doses in some of the vaccines?
The booster doses are essential to, that is what the adolescents, there is always a waxing and waning. As you see here, the antibody levels after a certain age are likely to decline. So you need to fill up the gap by again giving a booster. So like similar to, I just quote an example. All of you have the cable network at home. So you can see the cable operator has a booster in between, a small box called booster box. So for you to see with a clarity and better vicinity and the picture, everything, you need to have a booster even for your cable. So similarly, the vaccine which is likely to get declined, the antibody is likely to decline, you need to have a booster. So similarly, I said all the vaccines which I have mentioned as an adolescent vaccine are taken during childhood, and these are the vaccines need to be given as only a booster and to be designed and designated as a vaccine of adolescents. That is the impact which I think, I hope you understood. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Sir, there is a question. They need more explanation about varicella vaccine. Varicella.
Okay, varicella. Okay, okay. This is a killed vaccine. This is a killed vaccine available by two or three manufacturers. Can be given right from the age of after completion of 1 year. There are 2 doses to be given during childhood, and when you are become adolescent, your serum antibody levels, we do not know whether you had already developed or somehow passively you have transmitted the antibodies from your mother. That is what I said, the breast milk is the first colostrum which transfer the antibodies. Whatever the mother had acquired, all the disease which you are likely to get the protection for that. And now what happens? All these antibodies, now there are not much. So you need to take this varicella vaccine, 2 doses, 1 dose, and after 1 month, 1 dose. If not, at least a single dose to raise your existing antibody titers to have a better protection and safety. That is what I said. The varicella vaccine is a very safe vaccine, can be given, which is available as Varilrix, Variped, which is everywhere, which is given, maybe cost maybe 2,000 rupees. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. There are so many prizes for you about the information sharing, and all my co-speakers will be also agreeing with me that you have touched as a keynote speaker the entire spectrum. You have given an overview about the vaccines, starting from the history, and as you were just discussing with a friend, you have discussed with your wise wisdom. You have touched each and every part of the vaccines, type of vaccines, about the newly emerging vaccines, everything. So thank you very much, sir. And
thank you, madam.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you so much for your compliments. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you,
If
sir.
there are any further questions, I will be able to take up at the end or later.
Yes.
Thank you so
Yes,
much,
sir.
madam.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, with this, I would like to thank our Vice Chancellor, beloved Vice Chancellor, who has actually inaugurated this event. Generally, he used to say, as a teacher, we should contribute to the society. Our fellow colleagues they are contributing. The people who are in the public sector, like the police, the medical staff, they are contributing so much. As in the teaching community also, there should be a contribution. And with this enthusiasm, he was today here and he has spoken to us about the importance of this particular webinar. And I especially thank the keynote speaker, Professor R. Somashekaran, Professor of Pediatrics, Sri Balaji Medical College and Hospital, Chennai, former Dean, Kanyakumari Medical College, and former Professor of Pediatrics, Madras Medical College, for being a keynote speaker and discussing with the title Impact and Importance of Adolescents Vaccines. And for the next session, we are having Professor K. Balakrishnan with us, who is the head of the Department of Immunology, School of Biological Sciences, Madurai Kamaraj University. He is actually going to share about the history of vaccines and principles of vaccination. He is an excellent, enthusiastic teacher who tries to disseminate the knowledge, a well planned person who executes everything in an orderly way. And about the brief, I am fortunate to share the brief curriculum vitae with you. He did his PhD from the same department, Madurai Kamaraj University Department of Immunology, in the year 1994, and he was actually trained by Professor R.M. Pichappan, who actually learned the technique of HLA typing from the Nobel laureate Jean Dosset. And Dr. Balakrishnan has did his PhD with UGC NET fellowship from Government of India in the year 1986, and he was awarded with Robert Cochrane Overseas Travel Fellowship from Royal Society of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene, London, UK, for training in the microsatellite mapping in leprosy families at Wellcome Trust Center for Human Genetics in the year 1996 from Oxford University, and it came out of with a wonderful paper, and his actually research specialization is HLA immunogenetics, and he is also working on immunogenetic polymorphism and their susceptible and protective associations in a number of diseases. Presently, he is the Vice President of Indian Immunology Society, New Delhi, and he has also organized the Immunocon in Madurai Kamaraj University. He has published more than 50 research papers in reputed international journals, including Nephrology, Tissue Antigens, Nature Genetics, PNAs, and Journal of Infectious Diseases. Also, Genes, Neuroscience Letters, to name a few. And hope we are expecting very many papers also from his team. And he has also completed a number of government-funded research projects to a fund of rupees 2 crores, and has organized several workshops and conferences. And the people or faculty who were trained under his guidance, they have shared so much of good viewpoints about his training. And he is also offering HLA tissue typing services following Pichappan, and now he is doing the donor matching services to a number of hospitals through the industrial consultancy cell Madurai Kamaraj University, and also he is contributing to the economy of MKU. With this, I welcome Dr. K. Balakrishnan sir to present his topic on the history of vaccines. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, madam.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Outset, I'm really thankful to the organizers, Dr. Sagila and Dr. Jayalakshmi. Of course, they are my colleagues working with various collaborative ventures in the university. And for their effort, I really appreciate at the outset. And as they both pointed out, outset, I also thank our authorities, particularly our Vice Chancellor and Registrar and administrative staff for giving this permission to organize this meeting wonderfully, and the technical support team who is acting as a backbone for making this event possible after a short span of time. After our 21 days web online based basic online courses on infectious diseases, epidemiology, and virology. So good afternoon, everyone, and I'm here to present a talk on history of vaccination and the history of vaccines, and also the principles behind the vaccine development. One of the important aspects I want to tell at the outset is I thank Dr. Somasekhar Ramaswamy, who is from the Balaji Medical College, with his practical experience and exposure for a long period of time. Really illustrated many of the points that I wanted to share, but of course his perspective is a little different. he has given a real practical field-oriented aspects with reference to vaccines. Anyway, my approach will be slightly different. I slightly arranged and reordered my slides according after seeing his slide, and hence there may not be that much overlap to much extent, I hope. Here and there may be, I feel, some overlap, but anyway, I will try to illustrate the very important aspects with reference to history and principles of vaccines for the benefit of the student community and the young researchers who are involved in immunology and other vaccine research. You all wonder that the presence of practice of vaccines or vaccine-like a practice. What we are having, the terminology as pointed out by the previous speaker, vaccines are derived from vacce, Latin word means a cow, and because originally the disease was identified and isolated, characterized in cow box, and people who worked with cow or milkmaid contracted the disease, and in humans the disease is called as smallpox, and mostly the pox diseases. And one interesting aspect of the pox diseases and the historical perspective, let us see in the coming slides. Now let us focus on few aspects with reference to the historical points of the vaccines. Around 7th century itself, Indian Buddhist monks drank snake venom to protect against snake bite. And during 8th or 10th century, variolation is a process. We are going to have a definition, exact definition for variolation in the next slide. So the variolation is a process they followed even during the 10th century itself to prevent smallpox in China and Turkey. And also it is supposedly present at that time in India as well, based on some records. And during early 1700s, that is 16th century, the variolation introduced into England after the English people conquered India or settled the business firms or business East India Company in India. The technology or the methodology is taken from India, and also they took it from Turkey and other places, particularly in Constantinople also. So during 1760 to 70, it is called a Jennerian era, where the Edward Jenner, the real contributor for the development of vaccine, really contributed much for the development of vaccine process. And if you see the periods between 1875 and 1910, it is the dawn of immunological science. Large more discoveries were revealed in immunology. So the vaccine concept, along with the immunological concepts, developing immunological concepts, really gave shape for the development of vaccines. And hence, during 1910 to 30, early bacterial vaccines were developed, and the vaccines were also developed against the bacterial toxins and toxoids. And between 30 to 50, early viral vaccines were attempted, though at that initially it was not successful. Later they succeeded in getting beautiful, efficacious yellow fever and influenza vaccines during early 50s and 60s. Between 50s and 60s of the last century, the tissue culture technology was established by the scientists. It really made a dent or revolution in the development of the vaccines. Vaccines, as previous speaker pointed out, various vaccines related to poliomyelitis, measles, mumps, and rubella were developed during this period. And during 70 and between 1970 and 1990, it is a molecular era called as molecular biological developments leads to the development of vaccines for much more number of pathogens, including the viruses such as hepatitis B virus vaccine, streptococcal pneumonia vaccine, and Haemophilus influenza fact B vaccines. And today we are having so many array of vaccines, which includes conjugated vaccines and DNA vaccines also. We are going to have elaborate discussion on those aspects, not exactly deep into the various aspects of producing DNA vaccine or a particular vaccine, but overview and historical approaches in vaccine development. So the variolation, as I said earlier, the point, it is a process of introduction of small quantities of fluid from active smallpox pustules into the body of uninfected persons, and an effect of mimicking the natural infection. So this is actually based on the interaction between the milkmaid of the Edward Jenner, who really inquired and asked what happened, whether you contracted any disease from your cows. She is the one who really worked at the backyard with the cows, and she confessed that yes, I got now and then some blisters here and there in faces and hands. So he kissed and put his thinking related to that aspect, and later it went into a sort of beautiful methodology. So the variolation is a very ancient practice, much before than the Jenner. So the Sarah Nemes, coming to the Jenner period, it is a Sarah Nemes is a milkmaid who worked with Edward Jenner, really confessed that he contracted disease from the cow, and because of the very mild exposure, very slowly, she has not get that dreadful disease, and hence her body developed antibodies and immunity, and hence she was prevented from death. So that's what the guess, right guess by the Edward Jenner. And before Edward Jenner, there was a very interesting, very important happening event that took place during 1721. Lady Mary Wortley Montagu, who was a lady, royal lady working or in charge in Constantinople, Rome, introduced the variolation practice to Britain first time from Rome. So she was in charge of British royal this thing at Rome, and she witnessed the practice of variolation among the population in Constantinople and Rome, many places of the Rome. So she really asked the doctors or medical practitioners in England to follow that variolation process. That's how the variolation practice was introduced from the Asian continent, the eastern part of the Asian continent into the Europe. So the immediately after the introduction by the lady Wortley Montagu, Johnny Nosens, a practitioner of medicine, and who is working with disease control with the population. So he devised methods, self-devised inoculation protocols, and introduced this variolation protocol in Britain in a large scale. And he um, um, familiarized the practice in London, England, many parts of the London, and hence it is spread to all parts of the country and across other continents. So coming to the Jenner's contribution, so as we discussed in the previous slide, the variolation was commonly practiced during 10th and 11th century, both in the Central Asia and African part also, and also there are records based on some records. India also practiced variolation during that period, and it was during in the year 1796, Jenner used cowpox inoculation to prevent smallpox. Later, that practice was called as immunization. So hence, because he introduced a lot and he contributed much for the vaccination process, and published several papers, Jenner's, based on the contribution, Jenner was considered as a father of immunization. So Edward Jenner, initially what he did, inoculated a young boy in England, successfully prevented him from getting the smallpox. James Pipes, his name was James Pipes. Jenner used a lancet as a sort of needle to introduce the pustules underneath the skin to scratch some of the infected material from the woman with the cowpox, similar to the smallpox, under the body's skin. That's what he is doing with the boy. So likewise, during in 1976, British physician did that, and the word vaccination was first used by Edward Jenner. As I said, it was derived from word "lecca," means cow, and Louis Pasteur furthered the contributions in vaccine development after almost a century later through his pioneering work in microbiology, and later he developed a couple of vaccines to his credit. So as the doctor pointed out in the previous presentation, a lot of fear and afraid among the population, and panic among the population while giving the vaccination protocols. So, but somehow under the royal banner, they vaccinated the people with force. Even during my childhood days, I've seen people running from schools to escape from getting the vaccines in schools, even in our country. So this is exactly what the Edward Jenner is doing. James Pipes, a boy of 8, actually James Pipes was a son of his cook, Jenner's cook. His son is James Pipes, uh, 8 years old boy, was immunized May 14, 1796. This is very important landmark event in the annals of preventive medicine. Coming to the very important other contributor of the vaccinology or vaccination process, Louis Pasteur from France works with anthrax and chicken cholera, developing artificially weakened microorganisms, a process later being named as attenuation process. He gave the name vaccination vecca, cow in Latin, to honor Jenner's work. And in July 6, 1885, this almost, as I said, 100 years later, after the work contribution by the Edward Jenner, first rabies vaccination of a 9-year-old boy was executed or done in France with Emily Rocks. So in 1985, scientist Louis Pasteur used one to vaccinate a young boy who had been bitten by a mad dog, was shoot to die of rabies. The boy lived, and hence he proved that even after getting the dog bite, the boy survived because of the immunization process. He beautifully illustrated even this can be extended to other infectious diseases such as rabies. This is considered as a giant leap forward in the annals of vaccination biology. And other important contributors for the initial contributors for the vaccination process and vaccinology is the vaccine for tetanus. The first vaccine was introduced in the year 1890, and the BCG, Bacillus calmette-guerin vaccine against tuberculosis, first used in humans in 1921, but widespread only after World War II. Because as has been recorded in literature, earlier times, several hundreds of years, there was a fear among the population to have the pathogen inside the body, in the fear that they may develop a disease even without the infection. So only after the World War II, because after World War II, like World War I, swine flu, the Spanish flu problem came. Like World War II, also a lot of diseases broke out, and hence scientists thought of giving the vaccine very important as a very important significance, and they compelled the population to have many of the vaccines available at that time. As diphtheria was one of the very important vaccine identified very early, 1923, and pertussis for first successful vaccine was developed by Thorvald Madsen. So these are all some of the important. This is Albert Calmette, and this is Camille Gurian, who really contributed for the development of BCG vaccine that was being used as a vaccine for tuberculosis. Consider divided opinions are there, but still at the COVID pandemic crisis, the importance of BCG was much discussed, much debated, much analyzed. Coming to the other important scientist who contributed for earlier times for the development of vaccines, TBT vaccine by Kendrick in the year 1942, and polio vaccine by Salk Jonas Salk in the year 1952, and Sabin polio vaccine in the year 1961 by Albert Bruce Sabin, and measles vaccine in 1963, mumps 67, rubella 70, hepatitis B 1981, Haemophilus influenza B 1985. So, of course, after the Second World War, a lot of tremendous scientific developments took place, which ultimately resulted in the development of a huge array of vaccines for the benefit of mankind. So this is once again a timelines in a nutshell. What happened between these periods, 1800 to 1899, and 1900 to 49, 1950 to 79, 1980 to 99, and 2000 and afterwards. So if you see 1800 to 1899, 100 years, um, vaccines for smallpox, cholera, rabies, anthrax, typhoid, plague were tested and to some extent successfully implemented in the society. Between the last century, the initial 50 years, scientists were successfully developed vaccines for diphtheria, tuberculosis, tetanus, yellow fever, typhus, and the later 30 years, 1950 to 79, scientists were able to produce successfully the polio vaccines, measles, mumps, meningitis, rubella, haemophilus, and several viral influenza, pneumococcal diseases, and meningitis. They were able to develop successful vaccines. And during 1982 99, 20 years, another 20 years period, we were able to see huge number of viral vaccines, because the viral vaccine production needs a lot of cell culture methodologies. So during 70s and 80s only, the cell culture technology has elaborated much, and lot of discoveries, lot of contributions by several scientists in tissue culture has helped in developing several viral culture animal models. So vaccines for hepatitis B, meningitis B, hepatitis A, various zoster, rotavirus, meningitis C were all developed during these last 20 years. And from 2000 to 2020, we have seen a lot of developments in including the vaccines. Of course, many of these vaccines are still under discussion and debate, like human papilloma virus and HIV/AIDS virus are still debatable, but a lot important aspects have been understood by the scientific community in developing the successful vaccine, including the COVID-19, which they are now attempting. So these are all some of the slides which I want to skip really, because but these are all the three scientists, Grace Eldring and Lonnie Gordon and Pierre Kendrick, against whooping cough, which affects the children like anything in underdeveloped countries, by three women who worked in the Michigan Department of Health. So they developed a vaccine successfully for the benefit of children who were affected largely by the whooping cough. So, benefit of vaccination as illustrated, and many of you are aware about the vaccination process. It was a success story for smallpox eradication. During the year 1977, last variola minor case was reported in Somalia. That was, and also in the same year 1977 in Bangladesh also, it was last case reported in Bangladesh and Somalia, where the countries they reported the last case of smallpox cases. And likewise, the another important breakthrough of benefit of vaccination is polio eradication. Yes, polio was completely eradicated, except in small few countries where the polio vaccine was withdrawn in between, like including India, Indonesia, and Bangladesh and other Central African countries. The polio outbreak came in between. So once again, the polio vaccine administration was made compulsory by WHO. So it was introduced in the year 1988, jointly by WHO, UNICEF, and Rotary Foundation throughout the world. And 94, the Americas introduced as declared as a polio free. And 2000, the Western Pacific region was certified as polio free. 2002, Europe was certified as polio free. So this is some of the old statistics taken close to 2010. These were the number of reported cases with reference to polio. At the time, the India was at the top. This was a data in particular year, so we may ignore that. And so like this is a patient showing symptoms, typical symptoms of mumps, infectious parotitis, right? And this is measles affecting children morbidly, and rubella, German measles. Rubella is called as German measles, affecting the children, and the vaccines were developed successfully and were eliminated to the maximum extent. And as I said earlier, these are all the few cases of major success. Smallpox vaccine and polio vaccine were considered as great success, major success in humankind. And in countries where they administered monovalent polio vaccine, which is more successful against a single strain of polio virus, right? So the monovalent polio vaccine is particularly designed for polio strains, which in countries where polio strains are circulating as a single strain, not multi strains are there. So the monovalent polio vaccine is also available in countries where only limited or a single strain of polio viral strain is present. So this is a very unique case. That girl, it's a medical, they consider as a medical marvel, Gina Geese. She survived rabies without even vaccination. So she got the disease, right? She got the disease, but somehow she came out of the disease without even given the rabies vaccination. She was bitten by a bat, not a dog, but she picked up the in the church. So bitten by a bat and contracted the rabies, but somehow she was not got into the disease. And there are very rare cases where individuals, based on their genetics and other body conditions, they may resist the virus not to replicate. And this is a very unique documentation available in the literature. So coming to some of the, I'll just quickly pass through the milestones of the vaccine manufacturers manufacturing process in India. So say for instance, first in the 1890, laboratory in Shillong started producing smallpox vaccine, lymph. And in Mumbai, 1897, plague vaccine produced by Hafkin Institute. Some time ago, till some time ago, the institute was called as a Hafkin Institute. Plague vaccine produced by Hafkin Institute. It makes a laboratory of 2 rooms in Grants Medical College, Mumbai. So consider these 2 points: 90 laboratory in Shillong producing smallpox vaccine, and 97 Mumbai hospital producing vaccine are considered to be very important original centers producing vaccine during British period. And another important milestone is a Kausali lab development of by the Kausali lab at Himachal Pradesh in the year 1904 and 5, Central Research Institute, right? It's even today the Kausali Himachal Pradesh Vaccine Institute is very famous and producing the many of the vaccines, vaccine supplies of India. And Pasteur Institute India, Kunnur, also history dates back to 1907, which is in Tamil Nadu. Between 10 years ago, it was closed for some 10-15 years, and now they revived. The government has revived, and the Pasteur Institute started working on various vaccines. And likewise, there are several other laboratories. One of the important laboratory in Tamil Nadu is BCG laboratory, Gindi, which is producing several vaccines with reference to Indian context. And private players also there: Zydus Cadila, Biologically Limited, Serum Institute, Pune, and Indian Immunology Limited, Panacea Biotech, and private players who are really contributing for the development of vaccines in India. The vaccination or vaccine history in India. which I don't want to explain in every aspect. So for each slide in 91, in the year 1991, cold chain maintenance was taken over by the state governments. So as the previous speaker, Dr. Illustrated, the cold chain, maintaining the cold chain is very important, gold standard for the effective vaccine program. So in 1991, cold chain maintenance was introduced. And in 1978, the expanded program of immunization was introduced in India, which is called very famously EPI, right? And later it was renamed as 1985 as Universal Immunization Program. So the EPA and the UIP are the very important milestones in Indian vaccine programs. I'm skipping the other milestones. You can get it later from the slides. The timelines efforts in India, likewise, say for instance, the BCG laboratory in Guindy, Madras, several points that we discussed earlier. So I am just skipping again some of the other milestones. Say for instance, if you take 2011 measles catch-up campaign continued. So these are all the 3-4 tabular columns gives the important milestones that are taken place in India last 3 decades or 4 decades. This is a history of milestones or history of vaccines or milestones that took place in the US. So 1798 only the smallpox vaccine was introduced by doctor from the Britain. At the time, the Spanish doctor who went along with the Spanish the group who made America as a colony, and first vaccine, smallpox vaccine, was introduced in America 1798, and later 1813 Congress creates National Vaccine Agency. 1813 itself in US they started a Congress accepted for vaccination program, and so slowly 1986 typhoid vaccine was introduced in America, and 1900 cholera vaccine, and glycerin used to reduce germs in vaccines. So the glycerin introduction to control the germs in vaccines by the Americans, and so starting from the early part of the last century, several vaccines for pertussis, yellow fever, diphtheria, tetanus, influenza were introduced into the Americas, and 50 onwards, a lot of development took place in US for various vaccines, including the rotavirus vaccine, hepatitis A/B vaccine, and human papillomaviral vaccines. All. So this once again a tabular column which I prepared quickly for the students, benefit of students. BCG Vaccine Laboratory, Guindy, Institute of India Limited, Pune. That's Serum Institute Pune, and Pasteur Institute Kannur, Central Research Laboratory Kausali, Hafkin Biological Products Mumbai, King Institute Chennai, Pasteur Institute Shillong, Biovaccines Hyderabad, Bharat Immunological and Biological Limited Bulandshagar, Panacea Biotech Limited Delhi, and Zydus Cadila Ahmedabad, Sanofi Pasteur India Limited Delhi, and Sanofi Pasteur New Delhi. So in that way, these are all the both government as well as private players largely contributing for the development of vaccine. So coming to the other aspects related to the vaccines, as the previous speaker also pointed out, if you are going for education abroad, travel related vaccination is very important, and more particularly some of the important diseases such as yellow fever vaccine, because this is very common in African countries, right? So if you are going to African country or anybody is coming from Africa, so they give the yellow fever vaccine when you are traveling to endemic areas. Likewise, meningococcal vaccination during Hajj Yatra and pilgrimages are given, because this is very common in that geographical setting, Saudi Arabia and other regions. So many other travel-related vaccines includes cholera, diphtheria, hepatitis, tick-borne encephalitis, poliomyelitis, and others. And of course, WHO is increasing or amending or modifying the number of vaccines given for travelers time to time. Success, to put a nutshell, what we discussed so far last half an hour, success and failures diphtheria, measles, mumps, pertussis, whooping cough, poliomyelitis, tetanus were success stories, and failures were in the sense it has not been given 100% protection in many countries in Africa. Malaria, HIV/AIDS, though the vaccine for HIV/AIDS were attempted 30-40 years ago onwards, even today we don't have a successful vaccine for HIV/AIDS and also for HPV and some other viral diseases like we are struggling for COVID-19, started doing for COVID-19. It's very difficult really for HIV, viral diseases, because they tend to mutate. They quickly mutate and change their antigenic properties, and the vaccine what we produce for a particular antigen may change over a period of time. That's a failure rate, and there is a partial success with reference to the vaccine they produce with great attempt and great effort. It's the TB vaccine. The BCG vaccine, India, it is a very compulsory, right? India and Britain and other country, many countries, and several other countries, the TB vaccine is not that much compulsory, and some European countries also the HIV vaccine is not that much compulsory. So there was a great debate that the countries in which the TB vaccine BCG given were protected from COVID-19. It's highly debatable, and people are giving confusing statements. We need to wait for the time to get complete aspect with reference to the TB vaccine protection towards COVID-19 and all. And there is one point to be discussed is called reversion. The most of the vaccines what they developed in the last century were attenuated virus. Just keeping the virus in the laboratory for several generations, keep on transferring medium. So 10 generation, 20 generation, 30 generation. So this process is called attenuation, and the virus, the bacteria or virus, the pathogen are called as attenuation or attenuated bacteria or virus. There is a chance of reverting to its virulent form. So this happened in some occasions leading to the disease outbreak. So that's what a lot of stringent measures are being applied in making the live viral or bacterial vaccines by using the attenuation process. This reversal phenomena can be reduced if the attenuation incorporates several gene mutations instead of just one. So if one gene is mutates, if the construct is having several important other genes for immunization, there won't be any much problem. That's what people started thinking. But still, need to be taken care very tightly and close monitoring. The reversion for any vaccine has to be monitored. Coming to the summary for the first part, vaccination is one of the important, powerful tool in the hands of medicine, starting from Jenner's contribution, even from the variolation period, which was practiced some 10 centuries before that. And administration of vaccines are really has to be safe, and no lifestyle changes is needed from patients. Anybody can take the vaccine or any time in their lifetime, like previous speaker pointed out. Most of the vaccines are adult based, so even at the age of 60-70 one can take vaccines for many diseases. Vaccine has to be cost effective, otherwise it is not affordable to the public. Coming to the quick pass of the principles of vaccinology, madam, shall we stop here to discuss anything, or shall we complete the session?
Sir, how long will it take, sir?
Maybe another 20 minutes.
Okay, sir, you can continue and then we can stop at the end.
Okay, right. So the with reference to the understand about the vaccines, the golden words are: not every candidate vaccine that survive the initial scrutiny approved for human trials are not guaranteed to human usage. So that means that if they start with some 10 candidate vaccine in a particular country, scientists may get success at least for one vaccine or two vaccine only. So that is the really the very important take home message or point to be considered with reference to vaccine research. That's what more than 50-60 countries are now racing for COVID-19, but we don't know we are not sure about how many countries and how many vaccines are going to succeed in controlling the viral disease. Even it is used after successful, it will not provide complete disease prevention protection. The best example is VCG. It is successful in some parts of the country, some parts of the globe, but it is not affording 100% protection. So even if the vaccine is found suitable or efficacious, it is not providing complete disease prevention and protection. It depends on various other factors, the ability or the efficacy of the vaccines in populations. So this is a generalized diagram showing how they are approaching the process of vaccine development. They are starting with the disease, right? The disease, from the disease, they study the various geographical, epidemiological aspects, age group, seasonality, risk factors, and then they scientists are going for vaccine designing. So after the vaccine design or vaccine development, there are a lot of stringent procedures are there for clinically evaluate the in human populations, and study sites and vaccination schedules and strategy to be planned and designed, and vaccine utilization target groups must be specified, impact has to be analyzed and critically analyzed, and they have to look for the cost effectiveness of the vaccine. And so let us quickly skip a couple of basic slides since we discussed a lot. And coming to the immunity, to understand little bit immunity or immunological, human immunology is very important to understand the vaccine efficacy also. So there is two important arms of immunity in humans, self versus non-self concept. Self are the antigens present in our own body. Non-self is any bacterial derived or viral derived, fungal derived antigens coming into our body. If any non-self is coming into our body, our immune response cells will act against the non-self. This is a underlying immunological dictum for the immunity development. And as the immunity in humans further divided into active immunity and passive immunity. So active immunity is nothing but protection produced by the person's own immune system. Often it is a lifetime, it's active immunity. And passive immunity is protection transferred from another animal, one animal to another animal, or one human to another human. Like we are discussing much about the plasma, right? Plasma from infected COVID patients transferring to other patients who are suffering from the disease. So that is really the passive immunity. So this is a broad classification. Coming to the antigen is nothing but antigen is a small protein or portion of the pathogen, or it may be derived from virus or bacteria, which may be inactivated, like in the process, attenuation process, which is capable of producing an immune response when injected into animals or humans. And antibody is a molecule produced with reference to the exposure to the antigenic protein from the foreign agent. So protein molecules are the immunoglobulins produced by B lymphocytes to help eliminate the antigen. So primarily the immunoglobulins bind with the antigen from the pathogen and they neutralize it, and complement binding will enhance the opsonization process, and the antigen antibody complex is eliminated from the body. In that way the pathogen is also eliminated. So in the process, the B cells also develop memory B cells. They will reside in the lymph nodes. When this person is getting the same infection second time in his life, the memory B cells are recalled, and the memory B cells produce the same type of antibody against the same pathogen for which they exposed previously, and hence they afford a lifelong protection against the pathogen concern. So, so the overview of immune response, say for instance, we are having T cells one side and B cells. B cells are antibody producing cells, and T cells are cytotoxic T cells, which will kill the specific pathogen for which for against which the T cell, cytotoxic T cells are primed and developed, and the B cells, as they produce antibodies, as we have seen in the previous slide, they neutralize, and also using complement proteins, and the antigens are eliminated from the pathogen, circulation. And there are other cells like macrophages, natural killer cells. Several cells are there. So the natural killer cells, macrophages, and other cells of immune system, or innate immune system, which are part of innate immune system, they normally act against all the pathogen, whereas certain pathogens and certain viruses and bacteria, the active immune system, active immunity is activated or initiated if they have memory about the pathogen, the previous exposure about the pathogen, like we are trying to do with the vaccines. Of course, these are all different types of cells in our body: neutrophil, basophil, eosinophil, and macrophages, several granulocyte, monocyte progenitor cells, and basophil progenitor cells, and several other cells are there, which all involved in the innate immune system. They afford first line of defense against any pathogen infection. So coming to how the pathogen, how the virus or pathogen, any pathogen are really attached with the cell and internalized into the host cell, and the antigens are produced. A virus binds with that receptor, internalized, and releases its genome. If it is RNA, it gets converted into DNA and then incorporated into the host DNA. And along with the host DNA, the transcription mechanism, the viral mRNA find its entry into the cytoplasm, protein synthesized, sent to the proteasome, cut into pieces. The small peptides are sent to endoplasmic reticulum, where the MHC class 1 and molecules are waiting to pick up the peptides, move to the Golgi, and the vesicles, secretory vesicle, fuse with the membrane, present the antigen pathogen derived peptides outside for the T cells to pick up the peptides and react by producing cytokines. This is in a nutshell how a virus infecting a cell, producing its antigens, and presented by the host HLA antigens. This is of course a central important concept with reference to host immune response in presenting the peptides. Even natural infection, or even in the vaccine introduction, this is what happening inside the cell. So this is with reference to antigen presentation by the HLA class 2 molecules. Of course, mechanism wise slight difference is there, but almost finally the class 2 molecules pick up the pathogen derived peptides and present outside for the T cells to pick up this peptide and produce cytokines. So the coming to the passive immunity, the transfer of antibody, as I said earlier in the previous slide, produced by one human or other animal to other. It's a transfer, like passive immunity is a transfer of antibody from mother to fetus. Is the best example to illustrate the passive immunity, and which will give temporary protection, and transplacental from mother to fetus. And there are other sources, homologous pooled human antibody. This is what they did in several diseases during 70s and 80s last century. In Ebola and other diseases, they used the serum antibodies, like now people are testing for COVID-19. The antibodies, plasma antibodies, also isolated, and they pooled and used for immunizing the other people. Homologous human hyperimmune globulin and heterologous hyperimmune globulin. So normally they pool from several individuals the antibodies to give it to other individuals to neutralize the pathogens. So this is exactly the protocol followed for passive immunization protocols. The immunoglobulins obtained from the pooled plasma of thousands of donors. 1 milligram of intravenous immunoglobulin contains about 10 raised to 18 molecules of immunoglobulin antibodies with more than 10 raised to 7 different antibody specificities. Imagine the huge number of specificities as well as huge quantity of molecules, immunoglobulin molecules, in 1 mg of intravenous immunoglobulin molecule, right? So the dose, approximately 200 to 400 mg per kg of body weight, is administered every 3 to 4 weeks. This is what they standardized some 20-30 years ago. Now the recent current methodology I am not presenting, but of course slight modifications will be there, but normal routine protocols are seen. So the intravenous immunoglobulin production involves treatment with solvents such as ethanol and detergents that inactivates the live virus or live bacteria present in the immunoglobulin preparations. So the passive therapy, even early during as early as 1890 itself, Emil Bering and Sibaba Shibasabaro, Kitasato, two scientists, really developed the passive therapy, immunoglobulin based therapy for tetanus toxide. They beautifully did experiments on rabbits, and the immune serum they purified, and 0.2 ml of immune serum injected into the abdominal cavity of 6 mice. After 2 days of injected live virulent tetanus bacteria, that is a challenge by the pathogen, all the previously immune serum exposed animals survived, whereas the controls which were not exposed to the immune serum were all died. So for this beautiful classical contribution by these two scientists, Emil Bering and Kitasato, they were given knighthood. The Emil Bering became Emil von Bering. Von is a title given by the German government. Emil von Bering, and Kitasato became. I'm sorry, the word really. There is a honorable word given by the Japanese government, and in 1901, Emil von Bering became the first Nobel Prize winner for the medicine. So the point is, the passive therapy was started very long back. So I'm skipping a couple of slides. Because we discussed these immunization and vaccination points. So coming to the importance of immunization, as we all might have studied or understood by the previous speakers, this thing, the very important pertinent point is eradication of disease. Best example is smallpox, and elimination of disease, polio, control of disease, diphtheria, and several other. Most of the diseases are either eliminated or eradicated completely, or most of the diseases it is control only. Whenever the disease outbreak comes, they administer the vaccine and make the disease in control. And either the vaccine can be administered at control community level, so in order to develop community immunity, individual level, those who are, as we discussed in the previous slide, or those who are going for some purpose in other country, travel vaccination, so it may be given either individual level or community level. So overall, the vaccine, the concept of vaccine will give the prevention and protection for the human beings. And selective vaccination is also being practiced for high-risk individuals like pneumococcal cases, and occupational risk, those who are working in hospital setting, being given hepatitis B and influenza, travelers, yellow fever and rabies and meningitis, outbreak situations, hepatitis and other vaccines are given. So these are all vaccines may be given universally, or it may be given selective methodology. So coming to quickly is, I'm not going to explain those details. Maybe the coming speakers will elaborate, I hope. So the immunizing agent may be either protein or polysaccharide or nucleic acid, that is DNA, or it's a toxin derived from the bacteria or the pathogen toxide, or antibodies developed against the toxides are called as antitoxin. So it may be either a protein derived from the pathogen, or polysaccharide, carbohydrate polysaccharide, or nucleic acid vaccine, or toxide or antitoxin. Anything can be used successfully for vaccination process. So, like we discussed several slides, the eradication, elimination, and control is the central dogma, central mantra of the vaccination process. So, to come to discuss about the vaccine, an ideal vaccine would be good immunogenic, long-lasting immunity, and must be safe, stable in field conditions. But of course, this as previous medical doctor illustrated, the stable in field conditions, this is not possible with many of the vaccine candidates available. That is what they are maintaining cold chain, which is a gold standard for transferring vaccines from one place to another place. And the ideal vaccine would be a combined vaccine for several epitopes. And if the vaccine is very efficient and efficacious in single dose, it is really highly appreciated. And for the cost effective point of view, it must be affordable to all people. So of course, the vaccine, different types of vaccines, based on the methodology how they prepared, live attenuated vaccine, killed vaccine, a subunit vaccine. I'm not going to explain the examples given here. So once again, the milestones with reference to last 200 years as here in this table. So these are all the different types of vaccines. for other fungal pathogens such as histoplasma, coccidioidomyces, plastomyces dermatitis, cryptococcus, candida albicans, and pneumocystis. So the vaccines are attempted for several fungal infections also. So I'm skipping one more slide. So there is one important concept to discuss with reference to mass vaccination, which is called herd immunity, which is being discussed and elaborated, and huge discussion is going on among the scientific community with reference to COVID. A majority of the population is immune to an infectious agent. So such condition is called herd immunity. If only a population, majority of the individuals develop immunity or exposed to the pathogen, it is called, a situation is called herd immunity. At this point, the chance of a susceptible individual containing an infected individual is so low that the susceptible one is not likely to become infected. So of course this is where it plays a susceptibility and protective individuals, or those who are immunologically very strong or immunologically very weak point will come here. But once the herd immunity develops in a community, the individuals, susceptible individuals, also may not get the disease because they are very fewer in number in any given population setting. So three important points are discussed always with the vaccines are efficacy, effectiveness, and impact. Impact is the population level effect of the vaccination program. Whether the vaccine as a population level is effective or not, that is really matters. So of course we discussed elaborately about the types of vaccines. So I'm skipping. So this is a complete example or the points with reference to attenuated vaccine, whether in which they use the wild virus or bacterium. So they keep on passaging several passages in the laboratory and make the process is called as attenuation process. Best example includes measles, mumps, rubella, vaccinia, varicella zoster, and the yellow fever, rotavirus, intranasal influenza. These are all being used as a live attenuated vaccine. And bacterial vaccines includes BCG, very important, extensively used. Inactivated means inactivation, source of inactivation, either it may be heat inactivated or formaldehyde, chemically treated or formaldehyde treated vaccines are also in place, and wherein the bacterium or virus cannot replicate. All right. So this is a very important aspect with reference to inactivated vaccines. And of course, when compared to the live attenuated vaccine and inactivated vaccines, live attenuated vaccines are much more efficacious than inactivated vaccines. The examples of our inactivated vaccines also includes polio, hepatitis A, rabies, and influenza, cholera, and plague. And they are also using fractional vaccines. Hepatitis B, influenza, human papilloma virus, and anthrax also used in the fractional vaccines. And toxoids are also available. Toxoid vaccines are also available for diphtheria and tetanus in inactivated vaccine category. Polysaccharide vaccines are extensively being attempted for pneumococcal infections, meningococcal, salmonella typhi, pneumococcal, and meningococcal. And these are all different vaccines. Now, because of the introduction of DNA vaccines, most of these vaccines are sidelined and not being practiced that effectively and extensively. Once again, we need to skip a couple of slides. Coming to the recombinant vaccine, I'm not going to explain the protocol and methodology of recombinant vaccine. By involving genetic engineering technology, of late, the vaccines attempted were last 20-30 years. Genetically engineered vaccines were attempted for malaria, hepatitis B vaccine, HPV vaccine, and influenza vaccine, and HIV. And salmonella typhi and cholera also attempted with recombinant vaccine methodologies. So once again, I'm skipping these vaccine preparation in industrial level. It's like a big fermenter like methods. They use live microorganisms that have been treated so that they are weakened or attenuated and are unable to cause disease. This is the method by which they used hemagglutinin HA gene and NA neuraminidase gene put in a plasmid vector, and they produce a novel vaccine for influenza strain. I'm not ready to elaborate all this stuff. Maybe some of the speaker who may elaborate all this aspect. So these viruses produce DNA-based methodologies or recombinant DNA methodologies are incorporated into the host cell by unique methods, and these antigens are produced inside the cell and being produced, processed, as we illustrated earlier, how after the infection of the virus, the antigens are produced in the cytoplasm. These plasmid-based introduced sequences were also transcribed and translated into proteins and processed intracellularly in endogenous pathway. So the antigenic protein is being released. Ultimately, the peptides are being presented to the presented by the MXC molecules. The T cells will come and study the peptides presented by the genes, viral genes, which are incorporated into the host cells, and they react. They produce cytokines, attract the antigens. So now the once the viral proteins are secreted out, the T cells produce cytokines, and the B cells produce antibodies, and in that way the immune response is elicited in the host body, and many cells involved attack the cells which are producing viral or bacterial proteins. This is a stepwise mechanism by which the antigens, viral or bacterial antigens, are processed, and the immune response cells are activated, and either they produce antibodies or cytokines, and in a cohorted way, the immune response is activated, and ultimately the pathogen is neutralized and eliminated from the body. To put in a nutshell, the second part of my talk, how are the vaccines made? It may be either attenuated or serial passage attenuated virus. It may be inactivated by chemical or heat treatment, killed vaccine, inactivated, or it may be a small portion is inactivated unit vaccine. Extract DNA, insert in yeast or bacteria, express the antigen, purify, recombinant vaccine. Maybe using a vectored vaccine or naked DNA vaccine also practiced in different these things. The most recent strategies for vaccine development is incorporating the bacterial T cell epitopes and B cell epitopes, and in some places or some instances they are introducing T cell epitopes from the pathogens and T cell epitopes from the pathogens in order to elicit a better humoral immunity and cell mediated immunity. This is based on very recent immunoinformatics based and molecular biological based methodologies. The recent method approach is the incorporation of T and P cell epitope based vaccine development. So this is once again a vaccine development in a nutshell. Because since we elaborated, I don't want to. So after the drug is being this thing identified or produced, there are different protocols to be followed: pre-licensing, post-licensing, vaccine efficacy trial, and vaccine effectiveness testing. All really has to be followed very stringently before the vaccine has to come to a field for application into the population or community. So the contraindications for administration of vaccine, as the doctor also pointed out, the patients with or patients who are on steroids, those who are already taking steroids, we have to be little cautious. And those individuals who are immunodeficiency with immunodeficiency disorders, administration of vaccine is not advisable. We have to have little caution. And those patients who are undergoing therapy, immunosuppressive therapy for some other treatment, the vaccine administration has to be closely monitored or not advisable. And those patients who are undergoing radiotherapy for cancer treatment and other things also is contraindicated. And those patients who are having malignancies, lymphomas and leukemias are also really contraindicated. And under the medical supervision and the medical monitoring, the some vaccines can be administered. And pregnancy also this thing, but there are vaccines which one can administer during the period, and it has to be closely monitored when the vaccine is administered in pregnant women. Thank you all for patient listening. I'm really thankful to the organizers, Dr. Sagila and Dr. Veerajji, for giving me the chance to interact with the gatherings for the benefit of understanding about the vaccines, the history and overview. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir, for this wonderful session, and so much prizes for you about the nice presentation. And in the chat box, we can see lot of presentations or appreciation for your presentation. There is a question how long like it will take for to reach a herd immunity for COVID-19.
It depends. Actually, people are scientists are telling that the COVID disease outbreak is not uniform in a given country itself. In each country, there are different spikes. Different spikes are coming. Say, for instance, you can able to see huge number of infected persons in Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu and Delhi, only in 3 places. And other places, slowly it is picking up. Spike is coming in different time. So herd immunity is a question of time and the viral load in the population, and also to some extent the strain. So 3 important factors really determines the attainment of herd immunity. It is a strain of virus, load of virus, and the population the genetic stratification also really matters. So of course very difficult to control all these factors, but a country like India, we cannot able to see the spike in a single attempt. Our herd immunity may develop in different parts of the country in different time. People are telling earlier it was during August, then they later shifting it to September. So only time has to tell, right? As far as India is concerned, we have to wait for the time.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And there is one more question. Why the dairy maids are less prone to infection from smallpox as compared to other people?
It's very nice and nice and interesting question. Actually, if you study the history of vaccinology, history of the vaccine development, this is very important underlying principle. Say, for instance, the milkmaid, the people who are working with the animals, they are working for several years, right? As they are getting the bacterial or viral load very slowly. Every day they may be getting the same pathogen in slow doses. So what happens, their body or their immune system is slowly exposed to the viral load, and hence the memory cells will be ready to react when the same cowpox virus comes, or variola virus comes, or any other human virus comes. So it depends on the previous exposure of the pathogen, that really determines or protects, give affords protection towards the milkmaids. That's what really that point really the Jenner catch hold of that point. He got that point serendipity. That's what the literature really initially at that time, because of the church and other the religious settings, people don't really accept what is this people are telling, injecting something from the infected deceased person, and making the disease to develop in a mild form. All nonsense they are telling. But actually the Jenner really conceived the idea in a nice way. Before that, during variola practice, nobody knows the scientific fact. They simply know, what they knew was exposure really protected the individual. That's what for more than 10 centuries throughout the world, the variocolor practice was there. But after Jenner only, the scientific concept that slow dose of any pathogen develops immunity, make memory cells. So the memory recall method really protects by producing antigens and eliciting immune response.
Thank you, sir. And there are a few other things like edible vaccine and about autism and vaccination. In the session, I will be explaining you about those questions for your questions, right? And
Yeah.
yes. So otherwise, it is of full praises for your lecture, sir. Thank you a lot for accepting our invitation in your busy schedule and being part of this event, academic event. Thank you, sir. And small announcement for the participants, like
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
yeah, you can disconnect now, and you can connect with us by 1:45. You can rejoin. The next session will be starting exactly sharp at 2, and we will be having 2 more lectures. Okay, and if anyone is not able to connect through Google Meet, kindly connect using YouTube link. You can join us with YouTube link as well, and during your joining itself or during the presentation, kindly don't post questions. You can post questions, but not otherwise other things like it is actually disturbing the participants. Towards the end, like you can start towards the end of if like 2:45, you can start posting your questions, right? And for the interested participants, the key papers uh, we feel that will be very much useful for you for your teaching will be shared in your mail, right? Thank you all. Thank you for joining.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
தேங்க்ஸ்ண்ணே கண்ணன் பேசுறேன்.
Kannan.
நல்ல எக்ஸலன்ட் ஸ்பீச்.
கோர் இம்யூனாலஜி கோர் இம்யூனாலஜி.
ஆமா ஆமா ஆமா. இம்யூனாலஜி சொசைட்டில இருந்துட்டு இது கேட்காம இருக்க கூடாதுல்ல. நல்லா இருந்தீங்க. நன்றி. தேங்க்யூ 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 தேங்க்யூ.
Sarda, uomo cadere nel giro.
Shall I put on my slides?
Ma'am, please wait, ma'am. Please wait.
Okay.
Yeah, so a very warm good afternoon to one and all those who have gathered for this webinar series on past, present and future trends in vaccinology. And morning we had the inaugural session followed by the keynote speaker discussion about important impact and importance of adolescents vaccine. And we also had a wonderful lecture from Dr. K. Balakrishnan on the history of vaccines and principles of vaccination. And for the next session, for the lecture 2, we are going to have Professor H. Shakila from the Department of Molecular Microbiology, School of Biotechnology, Madurai Kamaraj University with us. She is going to discuss in the title, Immunity Against Pathogens for which traditional vaccination has failed. Okay, thinking of ma'am, it is really the broad smile that comes to everyone's face. To introduce, I am really happy to introduce ma'am. She did her PhD in the year 1998 from Tamil Nadu, Dr. MGR Medical University, and her postdoc degree from Tuberculosis Research Center, Chennai. She joined as a reader in the School of Biotechnology, Madurai Kamaraj University in 2006 and subsequently promoted to the professor. And she has operated more than 5 major projects which are of much immunological importance, and she works in the area of immunology of infectious diseases. She has published more than 30 papers, and she has received so many awards. And to cite a few, she has received the Immunology Foundation Travel Award in the year 2013 to attend the Immunology Conference at Hawaii, USA, and she was recipient of Global HIV Vaccine Enterprise Travel Award in 2015 to attend the conference at New York. She received Humboldt Early Career Research Travel Award in the year 2017, and she was an awardee of Keystone Symposia Global Health Travel Awardee in the year 2018, and she presented her research findings in Canada. She is having so much of administrative responsibilities at Madurai Kamaraj University. She is currently the syndicate member of the university, and she is the member of Senate and Academic Council. Ma'am is actually heading the director of Ladies Hostel, Madurai Kamaraj University. She is also the director of MKU Industry Consultancy Cell. So such an important person with so much of administrative responsibilities. And along with that, she is a very keen teacher who never misses up the class, being it for any one of the students. She attends class is very punctual to it, and she's also involved in so much of extension activities. To cite one, she is the president from 2017 in the Tamil Nadu Science Forum. This is actually a forum which kindles the science knowledge in school students. So, ma'am is during her holidays, vacations, we can always see going to schools and educating school children, sharing her knowledge, and enthusiastic teacher. And with this few I now invite.
Hello?
Ma'am, you can present. Yes, ma'am, you can present now.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Jayalakshmi, for elaborately introducing me. I'm also a small person like any other person. Thank you so much. Now the topic, as she mentioned and also as the previous speakers mentioned, we think that it is a need of the hour, because this particular topic, you all know that it's been elaborately discussing. We have been elaborately discussing in various fields, various aspects, and everything. So particularly vaccines, people should be aware what is happening for in the vaccine field, and how some have been very successful and some have been really failure has happened, and what are all the myths and facts about the vaccine. So that's why we started this program, and so hope you enjoy this. Now I'll just share my slide, and I think you should close your slide, then
Yeah,
only I'll. Yeah.
is it, ma'am? I have closed, I thought. Is it visible? My slide is visible?
Yeah, your
I have given stop presentation.
Madam, she has closed.
uh,
Okay,
I
not
have.
visible. You just click on the present now option, then click
Can you see now? Are the slides visible? Can you see now?
No, ma'am. Not. No.
Ma'am, if you already open your PPT,
Yeah.
just
I opened, sir. I opened. I'm just trying to see again. Once again,
Then you can.
now it's coming. Now it's coming. Can you see this?
Now it is okay. Now it's visible.
Okay. Now I'll go with my PowerPoint slide in the slideshow mode. Yeah, this is the topic what I would like to discuss for the 1 hour. You all know that we have been very successful in developing various vaccines, but there are a few vaccines which we have really failed, and we have been looking for some traditional vaccines also for the successful nature of for attacking or for preventing ourselves from many infections. So when you talk about success, there is always do's and don'ts. So you have to talk about the failures also. And that's why I thought I'll talk about this particular topic. So morning, previous speakers have already highlighted about the father of vaccinology, namely Dr. Edward Jenner. And he is also the founder of Immunology, because he was the first one to highlight about what is vaccination, what is attenuation. So all the terminologies related to immunology, what we are all speaking right now, thanks to Edward Jenner. So he only defined those terminologies. So being the father of vaccinology, he identified the smallpox vaccine, and you all know that now the entire globe has eradicated smallpox, and then polio, and then many other diseases are also in the list. So these are all the milestones in vaccines development. So we have achieved our best in developing vaccines in various diseases, but on the other side of this vaccine development, we have also not achieved, or we are not successful in developing a better vaccine for many diseases, like what I'll be highlighting in a few slides. So major infectious agents for which still billions of dollars have been spent, and billions of and countless of animal lives have been sacrificed, still we have not developed vaccine. For example, HIV, and also hepatitis C virus and malaria. So, and I would be touching upon tuberculosis also, and then recently about the coronavirus or the SARS-CoV-2. So these are all the agents, so still we are struggling. So let us see why this struggling is happening, why we are still being hindered upon developing a good or better vaccine. So that, where does the problem lies? So let us go one by one. So before that, I'll just, you all know that for any vaccine research, it should be started with a basic research, and then from there it has to be translated to the clinical study. So the basic research is the research wherein the analysis of proof of concept would be achieved, and based on the proof of concept only, the clinical studies would be taken, and they will be looking upon certain biomarker identification. And recently, nowadays, the computational analysis, that is the in silico analysis or the modeling, in silico modeling has been playing a very important role in also developing various vaccine candidates, and with which we are able to get a good vaccine. People have gone for various clinical trial. Just I mean, clinical trial means the trial is meant not only for safety, but it is also meant for improving the efficacy of the candidate, the vaccine candidate genes. So this is the basic thing what you should all be aware. So clinical study means it doesn't, it may theoretically it sounds so new. So you may feel that clinical study means it is going to take only few months. No, it's not like that. Clinical study means there are various phases of clinical study. So you have phase 1, 2, 3, 4, and finally only it comes to the general population. Finally only the vaccine gets marketed. So it's a very elaborate and complicated procedure. And so from the basic research to clinical study, it takes years together. That's why we are not successful in developing in many of the vaccines, because by the time it comes from the basic research to the clinical study, the organism would have mutated, the organism would have evolved, or the host mechanisms would have changed. So these things or the environmental factors would be changing. So because of these things only, there is a delay in developing the vaccines for many of the infectious organisms. So what are all the areas or what are all the microorganisms which really need the vaccines? So it's not only the viruses. You need good vaccines for many bacteria like staph and streptococci and Mycobacterium leprae. We don't still have a good vaccine. Then Treponema pallidum and all these things. Fungal specimens, again for fungal organism, we don't have a very effective vaccine. And many protozoans, there are no vaccines, including malaria, and there are many worms also. So there are various groups of organisms for which we are not successful. Still, we are struggling to develop a vaccine. So let me give a few examples why the struggling is happening and what are all the areas we should really look for in developing vaccines. So these are all the important factors which we should consider in mind before we develop a vaccine. So vaccine designing involves a lot of factors, of which one important thing is intrinsic host factor. So we should really find out, if you develop a vaccine or if you're trying to design a vaccine, we should study various intrinsic host factors like age, sex, and genetic factors, and also look into the comorbidities. And apart from that, we also have to study the perinatal host factors and extrinsic factors like the antibiotics, the microbiota, the other environmental factors, and then behavioral factors, because that also influences your vaccine response. Of course, the nutritional factors also do influence the vaccine response, and the vaccine factors themselves also do have some influencing role, like the what type of vaccine you're going to use, which is the strain you are going to look for, and what is the type of adjuvant we have to use, and what are the doses we have to optimize. So all these things, and finally the administrative factors. So everything matters a lot before we develop a vaccine or design a vaccine. So let me take the first example of HIV. Why we are not successful in developing a good or a better vaccine or best vaccine for HIV. Still, you all know that till 2050, we are not going to have a successful vaccine for HIV. That's because HIV is a virus which is attacking the cell that helps the body to fight the infection. That means HIV is attacking a T cell. Now, you all know that T cell is a very important cell which plays a very important role in protecting yourself from many infections. So, T cells show the protection, whereas this HIV attacks the defensive cell itself. And that is why we are still struggling to develop a vaccine. Now, before I talk about the vaccine, what is the problem with HIV, just you should be aware of the statistical data which is available for HIV. You all know that from 1981, 60 million people are infected and 39.5 million people are still living with HIV till now. And in the 1 year itself, 4.3 million new infections have been noticed, and over 28 million people have died. Can you imagine? And every minute of the day, 10 new infections are happening because of HIV. So this is the condition which we are all prevailing in. So what is the challenging, what is the challenging conditions which are happening, why it is very, very difficult? Now you all know that HIV, which stands for human immunodeficiency virus, is the one which continuously it mutates and it recombines. And not only that, it is infecting one important defensive cell of our immune system, namely helper T cells. And that is why it is very, very difficult to design a vaccine which itself is needed to stimulate, and that is the one which has to be targeted for vaccine also. And not only that, HIV can be transmitted as free virus and also in the infected cells. And still now we do not know what type of effective immune response do the HIV infection stimulate, because individual to individual it varies. Again here, the host genetic factors play a very important role. So we cannot be developing a vaccine individually. And for vaccine testing, again, for HIV, we do not have a good animal model, even though preliminary studies have shown that non-human primates, that is monkeys and chimpanzees, have been used for HIV, for studying the HIV vaccine, but still they are not the best animal model. And so we cannot be getting the real analysis or the real nature of the disease, what you want to look for in the human being. So these are all the problems still lies in developing a vaccine for HIV. So let us see some of the important features of HIV, why it is very problematic. As I said, HIV is highly mutable, and it is you find genetically diverse population of these viruses, and it is having two variable epitopes of the viral envelope is there, and particularly the GP120, that's the envelope protein. What you find the glycoprotein 120 is the knob-like protein structure, and outside the spike you find, and for that protein is very important for our antibody to go and bind. But what happens is, the virus is very intelligent. It tries to mask the GP120 content every time, and that is why it confuses the antibodies, and so our antibodies are not able to bind to GP120, and that is why you don't get a very good neutralizing antibodies for HIV. And another important feature of HIV is they have a very high level of viral replication, and they also have long latent period of infection. Now latent period means in some individuals these viruses can just go inside a cell, settle down there and remain dormant or remain very calm without even provoking any responses. And then after a period of time, when the host immune system or the defensive system comes down, or when it is weak, suddenly it will erupt, or suddenly it may cause reinfection. So such type of infection, you call it as latent period. So that latency is noticed like tuberculosis. In HIV also you find such infection. So these are all the special features of HIV. And already you would have seen the structure of HIV, and this is the GP120 what I was mentioning about, and this is the protein to which our antibody would come and bind. But this fellow is very intelligent, so every time it keeps changing the structure of GP120, and that is why our antibody would not find a place to come and bind. So that is why the HIV start evading the immune system. So what does an HIV vaccine need to do? So what is the type of HIV vaccine do you really need? So we need a HIV vaccine which should be capable of binding to free virions in infected secretion. So this type of procedure is known as neutralization. Now neutralization is a mechanism wherein 2 or 3 antibodies should come together and try to bind the antigen, here in this case the HIV virus, and this binding will make the bacteria or the viruses to become non-infectious in nature. So this property is called as neutralization, and this is an important property what you expect for a HIV vaccine also. And another important property what an HIV vaccine can do is it should be able to produce T cell memory responses. So this is what is very, very important, because you all know that we have lot of T cells, and out of those lot of T cells, a few cells would settle down as memory cells, because it is these cells later on when you come across with the same type of infection, they'll be protecting you. So such memory cells are needed for us to protect us from various infectious organisms. So here, in the case of HIV vaccine also, we should be capable of producing large amount of T cell memory cells, but in HIV scenario it is not happening, because you all know that now research has shown that even the memory cells which have been stored and which have been remembering what the infectious agent which has entered previously, now they say that even that T cell is getting infected, and because of that we are not able to get mere protection. So this is the problem which lies in the field of HIV vaccinology, and that is why researchers are still struggling to develop a vaccine. So scientific reasons why, and again what are all the other scientific reasons, is we do not have any definitive marker of protection, because you all know that some people, HIV infected individuals who get the treatment or who undergo treatment, they come down, the infection slowly comes down. But there are some individuals like sexual workers, without even having any treatment, they just have the disease or they just have the infection, but they don't progress to AIDS, that is acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. You should know the difference between infection and the disease, because it is not that anybody who is infected by HIV will get AIDS. It is in some people's system or immune system that they progress into the disease. So it all depends on the host genetic factors and the host immune system. So for example, the sexual workers, they have HIV infection, but they don't progress to AIDS. That's because they are very dangerous, that they can transmit the infection to other persons. So that's how the transmission of the HIV infection was proceeding from one person to another person. So such individuals, you call them as non-progressors, and the other individuals who get AIDS, you refer them as progressors. So till now we don't have a definitive marker, biomarker, whether from this population of group of people, you will not be able to find out who is progressor and who is non-progressor. So this is the problem with HIV. So we don't have a definitive marker, and not only that, so the antigenic diversity also is very, very high in the case of HIV. So apart from that, there are certain economic issues are also there, and you all know that any vaccine, it should be available to the common layman, and it not only does require a high efficacy and also negligible toxicity, but it needs to be really inexpensive, that means cost effective. So that is very, very important. And again, administering the vaccines, so that is also very important. So you all know that till now many vaccines have been administered through parenteral injections, except for polio, which has been given through orally. So apart from that, now HIV, being HIV, because HIV itself, you all know that it's getting transmitted through injections, so we should curtail that infection. So naturally we cannot use the vaccines through parenteral injection, so we should try for other routes of administration also. So these are all the problems still there, and because of the economic incentives and also for large scale development of the vaccine strains, all these features have put our effort to stand still now. Now I would say stand still, because now you all know that everybody is concentrating on SARS-CoV-2 vaccine. So everybody is concentrating on developing a vaccine for COVID-19. So people, but there are a other group of people who are still working towards developing a HIV vaccine. So the road so far traveled is from 1987 to 2000, around 20 different HIV vaccines were tested, and so many trials were conducted in US, Thailand, China, Kenya, and Europe also. And these vaccines, they told us, they gave an information that they are extremely safe, but they did not give a long-lasting immune response. So that was lacking. So other than that, the vaccines seem to be extremely safe, but we still do not know whether that vaccine can be administered to everyone. And the second wave of HIV vaccine development started in the period between 1995 and 2000, where people started identifying the importance of CD8 positive T cell response. Now, my dear participants, I would like to highlight here one important point, that HIV infects CD4 positive T cells, which is a helper cell, whereas we have other group of T cells which are called as CD8 positive cytotoxic T cells. So now the vaccinologists, they are trying to develop vaccine which could boost these cells, the CD8 positive T cells, so that can abrogate the HIV viremia. So such trials are being tried out, and not only that, various people have tried to, some of the clinical trials of recombinant vectors have also been tried, wherein they've used pox viruses as vectors, and onto these viral vectors they have cloned the HIV genes, and that has been given in the clinical trials. And there are certain groups which have also tried to develop DNA vaccines, but all these groups then they came for second wave vaccines, everything, so many trials tried using different vectors, different modalities and different concepts, and everything they tried, but it is all of failure only. Nobody succeeded in getting a very good response for protecting ourselves from HIV infection. So in the year 2002, that was the Thailand trial, the famous Thai trial. That was the one which successfully completed at least up to phase 3, and where the GP120 VaxGen trial was utilized, and there also it was not fully successful. They could find that it is very safe and no toxicity, but still the immune responses could not be generated using this particular vaccine. And then third wave, after 2002, again people felt that the vaccine is should not be given alone, it should be adjuvanted with various good adjuvants. So they try to adjuvant it with various other components also, and they also try to use in primate models and other preclinical models, and finally they went for clinical trial also, but that also was not successful. Of live attenuated being tried, but except for the whole killed and live attenuated, all the other varieties and types of vaccine strategies were tried, but to say that all led into failures only. Failures in the sense it was not completely failure. The toxicity, the effect, everything was good, but the efficiency of the vaccine to failures only. Failures in the sense it was not completely failure. The toxicity, the effect, everything was good, but the efficiency of the vaccine could not be prolonged. So the vaccine efficiency or the long-lasting immune response could not be got through these vaccine trials. So this is one of the failure vaccine thing effect which they tried for this particular infectious disease, and even now people are still working on HIV vaccine. Even in our lab also we tried developing an edible vaccine, because since the route of administration should be different, so we thought, but again there also it is giving some problems. And so now instead of looking into the vaccine strategies, we have to look into some other ways by which we can really develop a better vaccine for HIV. So these are all the strategies. And the next important disease which I would like to say where we really failed in developing a vaccine is malaria. You all know that malaria is one of the oldest known diseases. 40% of the world population is living in an endemic area, and WHO has already estimated that 350 to 500 million cases are suffering from malaria, and Africa itself 90% of death has happened And now you know that even in Asia, like India, in Asiatic countries, we have been seeing re-emerging diseases in the form of malaria. And malaria is killing 1 year what AIDS kills in 15 years. That's the analysis WHO has given. And for every death due to HIV, there are about 50 deaths due to malaria. So this is the consequences what we are seeing. So what's happening to malaria? Why we are not trying to develop a vaccine? Why we are not successful? That's because of its complicated life cycle. You all know that the malaria has a complicated cycle wherein the infection proceeds in three important cycles. One is exo-erythrocytic cycle, that is outside the RBC. The other one is erythrocytic cycle, that is inside the RBC. And the other one is sporogonic cycle, where it is happening in the mosquito. So here two things are involved. One is the mosquito is involved, and the other one is the other reservoir is human beings. So one is mosquito and the human beings, and through mosquito bite we get the infection. So here the plasmodium species, which is a parasite, it tries to infect many human beings through in the form of with the help of mosquitoes. And the cycles, the life cycles, what it attains is very, very complicated. You all know that. And why we are not successful for developing a vaccine for malaria? The major important point is they say it's high antigenic variation. Now, antigenic variation because it has a group of family of antigens, family of proteins, which play a very important role in showing large amount of variability. And because of this variations only, even our system, host system also is not, it's very difficult for the immune system to recognize the malaria. So that's why we are finding it very difficult. And these are all the few antigens I would like to say. In the liver stage itself, you can see malaria is producing these antigens, and when inside the RBC, it is producing some few antigens, and when it is in the exoerythrocytic stage, that means in different stages of the infection, the plasmodium or the species which causes malaria, it expresses different types of antigens. That's the problem lies, and that's where we are having or we are suffering in developing a vaccine. So here also an ideal malarial vaccine should be capable of preventing the infection at the first instance itself. That is what is, it's not happening. That's why we are not successful. So, and it is also a malarial vaccine should be capable of reducing the clinical disease severity, and it should also help in reducing the transmission. So with these objectives, the researchers are trying to develop various types of malarial vaccine, but again we are not succeeding. And already these antigens which I have listed here or showing here, they have already come in as clinical trials, and few of them are trying to stimulate the humoral or the cell mediated immune responses, and few of the antigens are helpful in stimulating the antibody responses. So all these are happening. Many clinical trials have already underwent, but we are still having the problem. So what is the problem in the vaccine development is difficulty of evaluation. We are not knowing, like even now, if you develop one type of vaccine, at whether that vaccine should be would be capable of. Hello,
Ma'am?
yes,
Ma'am?
yes, yes.
Ma'am?
So yes, tell me.
Dr. Shakila, ma'am?
Yes, I'm speaking. I'm speaking.
There was some somebody started to present, okay? Somebody, your slides are not visible now. Yeah, ma'am, you are speaking, somebody interrupted. So you have to rejoin. You need to rejoin. Okay, you have to present again, ma'am. You have to present again.
Okay, now
your slides are not visible now.
Stop
if the
sharing.
Participants are clicking your pin, but you are pinning your slides, it will be visible. But can you present again, ma'am?
I'll present from the. But some people say they are visible. Some are saying that it is visible.
Once again, you click the present now.
Yeah, I have clicked. Can you?
Ma'am, once again unpresent, then represent, madam.
Unpresent.
If we are pinning your slide, it will be visible.
Ma'am, it's visible.
For some,
Ma'am,
it is
unshare
visible.
button திரும்பி present now கொடுங்க
Now
madam.
visible.
Sakila
Okay.
madam.
Okay, you
Yeah,
can
tell
start,
me.
ma'am. Now
Can you see
visible.
now?
Yeah, now visible, madam. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It's visible.
Okay, sorry for the technical glitch which is happening. I'll just go one sec. I have to show the F5, no?
Open your PPT, ma'am.
Hello? Once again, I will present. Again, I'll share this slide. Can you see?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay. This is where I stopped.
Yes.
Am I audible now? Others can
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
use.
ma'am.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.
Ah, ah.
I just stopped here. Sorry for the interruption. I just stopped here. What are all the problems you are facing in vaccine development for malaria? Again, for malaria, there is a complexity of conducting the clinical and field trials. And again, the mutation of the parasites are happening and the antigenic variations are happening. And multiple antigens, as I discussed previously, there are species to species. Again, stage to stage, phase wise, the antigens are varying. So because of these problems, still we have when we are not trying to develop vaccines. And another important, the special features about the malaria is they say it has around 6,000 genes and only a few genes have been identified in that too, the antigenic components have been identified. And immunity in malaria itself is very, very complex. And the immunological responses and its correlation to protection is we have not understood it properly, and so it takes some time and it is very expensive, and that is why there is no clear best approach for designing a malaria vaccine. So what can be done to combat malaria? Just one individual approach would not be best. We should try to go for multi-intervention approaches, which is what many researchers are trying to do. And we should also see whether, because by this time, even the parasites have become resistant to drugs. And even the mosquito, the vector, which has been using, which is involved in the transmission of the disease, even that has become resistant to it has increased its resistance. So we have to look upon these factors also. We have to look upon the resistance for the drugs, resistance to the vectors, and then we have to design accordingly. So there are so many multi-factors which are involved in developing a better vaccine for malaria, and that's why still we are not successful. So now the new vaccine developments they are trying to do or develop in the stages of pre-erythrocytic vaccine stage, blood vaccine stage, or transmission blocking vaccine stage. So all the three stages of infections have been tried. So we have to bring a cocktail of all these put together and then
Hello?
develop a vaccine.
Hello.
So the immune responses to malarial vaccine is, so we have to look for whether apart from the CD4 positive T cell, whether our vaccine is capable of inducing CD8 positive T cell responses and also antibody response. So this is what a better long lasting immune response we should really look for a malarial infection. And so all the trials which is still going on are looking towards these types of immune responses. So still we are not successful even despite more than 30 years of efforts we have put into an effective malarial vaccine, and already the vaccine pathway is very slow and very expensive. We are not trying to develop better vaccine, and the parasite has been having multiple stages and major antigenic sites have been highly polymorphic. So all these things are happening, and that is why still we are not successful. So this is one Another unsuccessful story about vaccines not developing, apart from HIV, malaria also. Now the third type of, again, infectious disease, again, for which we are not really successful, is hepatitis C virus. It is a positive sense virus infection, you all know that, and it causes chronic liver disease, and treatment is very, very difficult and very costly, and it is highly persistent also. Now about 180 million people are infected with this particular virus, and that means it infects almost 3% of the global population, and around 3 to 4 million people are infected, and 25 million people just in European region itself they have been infected. So they say HCV also prevalence 5 times exceeds the HIV prevalence. So this is the statistical analysis what you have. So what does a successful HCV vaccine should contain? It should be capable of addressing the viral heterogeneity as well as the mutagenicity, and it should be capable of covering the various genotypes and species of HCV. Again, because HCV also, that is hepatitis C virus, also has different species. So that is why we are struggling to develop a vaccine for that. And even now we are not able to get a desired immune response. So these are all the genotypes of HCV. So there are so many genotypes and subtypes of HCV are there. And that is geographically also different areas, it varies, and that is why it is very difficult to develop a vaccine for HCV. And not only that, HCV is characterized by rapid and permanent changes in its antigenic structure. That means every per minute the antigenic structure can change multiple times. So that's the amazing feature of hepatitis C virus structure. And because of this variability only, our cells get confused. They cannot identify and respond to these antigens, and that is why we are not successful. So these antigenic variations of HCV in the same host, so that means if I am infected by HCV, the one vaccine given to me will not be very effective, because in my same host I'll be having different variations of HCV. So this terminology is called as quasi-species. So like that, for an individual or for any community wise, HCV infection can lead into 10 to the power of 10 to 10 to the power of 11 different types of species per day. So this definition, they call it as quasi-species. So that is the difficulty we are facing, and that is why we are not successful for developing a vaccine for HCV. So because of this variability of HCV, there is a time competition between the strain, that is the organism, and our own antibody. And naturally, it is only the organism is winning this competition and not our host system, because you all know that our host system to develop antibodies, it takes some time. You have to give some time, but here the time is not given by the organism, and so finally HCV wins this competition. So because of this, we are again unsuccessful. So these are all the areas where various trials that have been already gone, where people in different areas have tried to look and develop successful vaccines for HCV, but still we are not successful. And then the another disease I would like to cover is tuberculosis, because you all know that we have vaccine. You may think, why I'm talking about tuberculosis? You may be surprised. Why? Tuberculosis, we have a successful vaccine, which you all know, that BCG. Now, like SARS-CoV-2, tuberculosis also spread through crowded places, coughing and spitting and everything, because it is an aerosol transmission. But still we don't, I may be wrong saying that why we don't have a vaccine, because we have vaccine in the form of BCG, which is called Bacilli calmette guerin. But you all know that this vaccine, which is vaccinated for the young kids, that is, as soon as we are all born, by before 3 days we are being vaccinated with BCG. But after the same child develops into an adult, this vaccine is not, it's no more protective. That means this BCG vaccine is not giving any protection for adults. So adults, when they come across the infection, once again they get activate. I mean, the infection gets, and that's how they get infected. So BCG is very helpful.
Excuse me, madam, your voice is not clear.
BCG is very helpful only in protecting the childhood patients, or the childhood, or only children, but not the adolescents. So there are various efficacy of BCGs which are growing on. Now, why BCG is not effective in adults? Because the strain what we are getting, or what we got it as a vaccine, it's now genetically it is changing. And not only the strain of the BCG, but even there is a genetic variation in the population themselves, the human population, and there is differences in the virulence between the TB strains. And there is another important feature which they say that we have what is known as non-tuberculous mycobacteria species. Now they are also coming and interfering in the environment. Because of all these features, nowadays BCG is no more effective. So should we replace or repair? So people have tried to replace BCG for controlling TB infection and also repairing. That means using the same BCG, they are trying to develop different form of BCG which is called as recombinant BCG. So this is what is happening in our lab also. We are trying to develop various types of the recombinant BCG, and to see whether this itself could be helpful in producing a long lasting immune response. But again, here also we are not successful. So what could be the goals for better tuberculosis vaccine is our vaccine should be capable of giving an effective and long lasting immunity than BCG, and it should be capable of preventing from the disease, and also effective in persons with other vaccinated BCG, and it should be highly immunogenic in nature, and it should be highly safe, and also it should be able to protect the other resistant forms, people who are suffering from resistant forms of tuberculosis. You all know that nowadays there are other forms of tuberculosis, namely MDR, multi-drug resistant tuberculosis, and XDR, extensively drug resistant tuberculosis. So even these forms of tuberculosis, we should be able to be protected. So for which you need better vaccines. So we don't have that. So nowadays people are trying to design new vaccines, either by improving the older BCG, that is the traditional vaccine, or attenuating the Mycobacterium tuberculosis, or trying to develop a viral vector based vaccines, or trying to develop subunit antigens which are combined with better adjuvants. So these are all the work still going on. But again, to tell you the truth, even for tuberculosis, till 2050, we are not going to be going to get a successful vaccine other than BCG. So these are all the various trials which has already gone into, and many people have not only done these trials using the preclinical trial, but even using human trials. Many vaccines have been attempted, but still we could not get a better boosting response than what the BCG had already given. So this is where we stand now, and this is the slide to show you in which phase are we are in. So after they say this slide actually was prepared by in 2012, and they said by 2020 or after 2020 we would have achieved the goal. But to tell you the truth, till now nobody is successful in developing a better vaccine for tuberculosis. It may take more years to come. So what is the important missing tool is we don't have a true measure of infection. Again, the true measure of cure, like whoever has cured from the disease, we do not know really whether that person has cured or not, because still he may have the infection. So that's the problem with tuberculosis, because TB also can remain in the host system as latent tuberculosis. So that is very important. So these are all the missing points which are there, and so people are trying to work towards these missing tools for developing TB vaccine. And finally, I would like to end up whether we would be successful in designing a coronavirus vaccine. This is what you all would be interested also. And you all know that for COVID-19, three important vaccine concepts have been developed. One is based on RNA, the other technology is based on DNA, And the other one is some traditional coronavirus vaccine already which was built and now people are trying to build. Because you all know that by Saturday morning, that is by 19th or 18th, as many as 34,884 new cases have been reported in just one day in India's total tally of 10 lakhs. You must be knowing that. And today is the day where ICMR has released, with the help of NIV and AIMS, is going to test the successful vaccine. So we do not know really, again, it is going to be successful or not successful. It depends. We have to wait for 3 to 6 months to find out the result of those people who have been immunized today, and then only we'll be coming to know whether this our vaccine is successful or not. So many countries are working hard, not only India, Russia, US, UK, they are all fast tracking their processes to develop a vaccine for the virus. But this vaccine, which which has been inoculated today, is called as Covaxin, and it has been already approved by AIMS Ethical Committee and also ICMR's Scientific Advisory Committee, and already for conducting the phase 1 and phase 2 human trial. And in phase 1, the vaccine would be tested on 375 volunteers, and maximum 100 of them would be from AIMS itself. And the private companies, the vaccine designing or developing companies like Bharat Biotech, Serum Institute, Zydus Cadila, Panacea Biotech, Indian Immunologicals, Minvax, and Biological E. They are all our own pharma companies which are working on the coronavirus vaccines in India. But whatever it is, my dear participants, it is all, whether the vaccine is going to work or not, it all depends on who has to be immunized, which age group has to be taken, and which group of individuals who have to be immunized. Because you all know that finally the vaccines are only the ones which are going to save the lives. Because after clean water, they say that a vaccination is the most effective public health intervention in the world. Because it is with the help of the vaccines only we could save lives and promote good health. And it is so vital that everyone should get vaccinated. So with this message, I leave this platform for any questions. Now, why I put this picture here is we have to live with the microorganisms, because the microorganisms are also evolving along with us. So like how we and our system is evolving, naturally the microorganisms are also evolving. So naturally, finally, we have to we have to believe that we have to live along with the virus, and that's what is happening for COVID-19 situation also. Thank you so much for giving me this platform to express my vaccines, my research experience, and also my expertise in vaccines. Thank you so much, Dr. Jayalakshmi. Hello?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful presentation. And there are so many prizes for you as usual. But in the comment section, there are few questions. Could you please look at that, ma'am?
Yeah. I'll just look into this and see whether.
What is your comment on VLP vaccine?
What is, VLP also is being tried. See, as I told you, all the methodologies and strategies are being tried, but again, it has its own points and comforts and discomforts. So for one particular type of diseases, one type of vaccine may be really efficacious. So it all depends on what is the infectious diseases we are looking for really, and also what is the type of response you are trying to provoke. So your immune response, the host system also matters a lot. So VLP also, many people are trying to see, not only for COVID-19, but also for HIV, people have been trying to look into VLP. Any other questions? Can we use Azithrobacter as a vaccine for COVID-19 from the strain? Can we use? Again, Acetobacter by itself, you all know that itself can induce a type of response. So we have to see whether Jayalakshmi, can you mute, please?
Okay.
Hello?
Ma'am? Ma'am? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Somebody was asking whether Acetobacter could be used as a vaccine.
Okay.
Again, Acetobacter has to be seen that the toxic strains or the harmful strains of Acetobacters themselves can lead into some side effects, and not only that, Acetobacter by itself can provoke a response which may interfere with your normal effective immune response. So we have to check whether Acetobacter provoke only the long-lasting immune response that is needed for controlling the infection, the infection what you are looking for. I hope I could answer. Somebody was asking.
Okay.
Any antifungal or antiviral drugs or vaccine can be used to treat for malaria. Yeah, malaria already they have been giving drugs. The drugs are there. Drug is there, but it is not. I am not pinpointing with the drugs. But the thing is, once the people whoever is being treated with the malarial drugs, they can again the recurrent infections are seen. They are not completely cured from malaria. So drugs are there, good drugs are there. Again, some more drugs are very toxic drugs are also there. So in order to look into this particular feature again for malaria, because most of the drugs that has been prescribed for malaria is they very hard. They lead into some side effects. So there are there. But I would say rather than the drugs, if a better vaccine is available, we can prevent the disease at the first stage itself. Because the person who have been treated for malaria, they already go into complicated stages. So they go into many complex conditions. So that is a problem with them. But there are drugs are there. What may be the future evolution in vaccination? I would say future evolution is hereafter nowadays we all can go for in silico model efficiency, because in silico methodology is really helpful in finding out the candidate genes or the vaccine candidatures, and that so that you avoid using any organisms. You need not directly get involved in trying to grow the organisms. That is how the organisms get transmitted from one person to another person, so that risk can be avoided. And majority of the in silico analysis itself is trying to help in leading into better candidature or better vaccine candidates. So I would say in silico technology is really helpful. And another thing is the delivery, the route of administration. Now, all these days we were depending only on injection. Now, hereafter we can go for nasal administration or intradermal, like just patch. You can just put a patch on your skin, and through the patch, the vaccines will be developed, when entering it through the skin, and then it will go into the system. So such newer technologies can be seen. So we can expect such new future evolution in vaccination. In case of TB, do you think subunit vaccine will be successful? Now again, keeping in mind the role of macrophages. Yeah, to cure tuberculosis, rather than depending on the attenuated life form and all those things, we can go for subunit vaccines. And to tell you again, we were looking into the DNA vaccines also, our lab, for an effective not only CMI response, but also for the antibody responses as well. But as you said, the subunit vaccines, to some extent, they are really good. but afterwards they lose their efficacy. So you have to roll up with a suitable adjuvant. So that's where we lack now. So for tuberculosis, I think when you conjugate with suitable adjuvants, they may show some effective CMA response. So that's what I would try to do. So that's what we are also trying to look for.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
I think already the time has gone. So
Yeah,
you are saying
sharp. You are sharp at 3, ma'am. You have done. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jayalakshmi. Now I will introduce you. Now again for the second session, I would like to introduce none other than our Professor Dr. Jayalakshmi, who is from the Department of Immunology, School of Biological Sciences, Madurai Kamaraj University. And she did her PhD in Manonmaniam Sundaranar University, Tirunelveli, Tamil Nadu, during the year 2006. And then immediately she joined, she joined our university also, MKU also, as assistant professor. And then she also did her postdoctoral research, research in immunogenetics and transplantation laboratory, University of California, San Francisco. And then she did another postdoctoral fellow UGC also. She is again, I think, from her graduation, post graduation, she is a gold medalist. And their lab is trying to work in understanding the importance of NK cell receptors, gene polymorphism in infectious diseases like HIV, HBV, and autoimmune diseases like rheumatic heart disease and cancer also. They are also studying other immune associated genes and nutritional factors in general population contributing to disease resistance. So apart from her Raman postdoc fellow, what she got in the year 2016, she has got many awards as best paper awards in various international and national conferences, and also awarded with Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. And she has been having till now around 5 students, PhD students she has produced, and more than 35 papers she has presented, and 25 papers she has published. And I think she has got n number of again chapters and conferences. She has been giving invited talks, many talks, and also having many projects as well. So I think your CV is very big, Dr. Jayalakshmi. So thank you so much for joining this session and also organizing along with me. Now it's open to you. You can please start your session. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. So greetings from the Temple of Learning, Madurai Kamaraj University. I am Dr. M. Jayalakshmi from the Department of Immunology. I will be discussing about the development of vaccines and myths and facts of vaccination. So my lecture will be covering a background, how the vaccines are being developed, vaccine efficacy and herd immunity, and the future of vaccines, and about little bit notes on SARS-CoV-2 vaccine, followed by myths and facts of vaccines, which are actually surrounding the vaccination. So we imagine a perfect world where we are completely separated from the pathogens. The humans are being, there is a clear-cut wall separating the humans from the pathogens, but the real world is not like that. The real world is being surrounded by, we are living in the midst of pathogens, and so we are being into trouble. This now added every day, some or the other pathogens are being added to the list, and recently we are all, even a lay person knows what is SARS-CoV-2 virus and what impact it is causing on human beings, not only on health, but on economy, but on social responsibilities, but on families, everything. It is causing some, imposing some threats. Okay, so pathogens are present almost everywhere. And if we see the dispersal of Mycobacterium tuberculosis, in the air it is spreading, and so that is also, this also we are guessing the SARS-CoV-2 also may have a air dispersal behavior. However, now it is being validated that it is present on the droplets, and the droplets which stick on to the surfaces and also to the air. That is how it is actually circulating in the system. So various initiatives are taken in the world to reduce the disease burden, and the first comes in this is vaccination, followed by mass treatment, sanitation, vector eradication, intermediate host eradication, and also diagnostics. So among all this, today we are going to discuss about we are discussing, and in this session also we will be discussing about the first initiative to reduce the disease burden, that is the vaccination. So it is well said that it is good to prevent a disease before it comes rather than taking the treatment. So a preventive aspect is vaccination. What happens when a disease-causing organism actually infects a person? When a disease-causing organism infects a person, there are three different choices. First is recovery. Happily, the person's immune system respond to the pathogen and they can recover. So this can be attributed to many factors, and one factor can be the host immunogenetics, your immune system, what you inherited from your parents, then coming to the surroundings, then coming to the nutritional food what you are taking, then about the your positive attitude of life. That also, all these will make you to recover from a disease. Or otherwise, for some persons, if the pathogen is very strong enough, or if your immune system is weak, then it leads to death. Also, not only weak, sometimes being hypersensitivity to some of the conditions can also lead to death. There may be another possible way, that is the disability. For example, we might have seen this in the cases of polio. Today's generation are lucky enough not to see the polio affected individuals much, but we could see them during our school days. The children who were not able to walk or move or run faster because of the disability that was caused by the polio virus. So harvesting how the immune response has actually responded in a recovered person by the way of generating the immune memory system, we are going to prepare the vaccines. The vaccine, this is going to be the principle of vaccine, how a person can show and how they can recover from it. So if you are going to give a vaccine, that is the antigen as such, it is not going to help everyone. So we are going to treat the vaccine by various ways. That is, it does not cause the disease, but it can stimulate your immune system. Okay, so that means the immunogenicity will be enhanced. When the immunogenicity is there, but its disease-causing ability is being reduced, this can lead to the production of a vaccine candidate. So when this is being given, the person will, for the next time, for the second time, when the person actually encounters the direct antigen, he or she escapes and immunity is being produced, and they can have a happy life. So this immune memory is the form or basis for this vaccination. And to this point, I would like to add, not all infected develop the disease. This is the immunological dictum. Even though we are all living amidst pathogens, not all of us may be infected by the disease, but not everyone will develop the disease. This is because of your various 4 aspects what I have told you, that is the immune response, your nutritional food, what you take, your positive attitudes, then also the how good or bad your enemies, that is your pathogens, they are. Okay, based on this, person may recover. So the vaccine development, if we are going to develop the vaccines, they are actually proved to be a boon for the prevention of infectious diseases. They are actually a cost-effective measure for preventing disease. They diminish morbidity as well as mortality. They are responsible for reduced economic burden. This all vaccine development begins with basic research. So in our department also, we are doing some basic research to understand how people are being responding differently to the pathogenic organisms. When they are responding to, when they are being, people are being affected, how the host immune system is responding and what makes the difference, and what genes a person or susceptible individual has versus what genes the people who are showing some resistance they are harboring. So harvesting all these informations will be an additional advantage for the development of vaccines too, so that we can contribute to the global scenario, okay, about our population. So an ideal vaccine is a vaccine that stimulates fast protection within 2 weeks. There should be needleless administration. So everybody is fearful for getting a needle prick, right? So we want a needleless administration. We want administration in combination. What does this mean? That means multiple antigens put together. That is, in cocktails you have 3 or 4, 3, 5, like that you are having cocktails of antigens of different diseases, and combined together we are taking the vaccines. The reason is, in a poor economical background, it is really tough for a mother to take the child for administration of the vaccine each and every time, because they can lose their wages for being traveling to a hospital. So we want it to be administered in combinations. Also, you can reduce the needle pricks, and then a vaccine should elicit high level of protection. It should provide protection to all groups, all age groups, like the children or adolescents or old people, like that. And it should be free from storage. These are all the ideal characteristics of the vaccine what we aim at. But none of the vaccines, licensed vaccine, have all these characters put together. They may be having few characteristics. So if they follow a few of them, then it has been chosen. Our aim is to have all these together, but a licensed vaccine will be having none of them manifest all these properties. They will be having few or the other properties. However, if it is meeting the need, then it has been successfully licensed. So there are various types of vaccines. For developmental of vaccines, we should understand that what we should do, we should make the vaccine or pathogen inactive. So how will you make inactive? There are different ways. One is a group of vaccine, what you call as live attenuated vaccine. Here, the disease causing organism is there, and you are culturing it at suboptimal conditions. You are subjecting it to suboptimal conditions. For example, in the case of what has been done in the case of measles, mumps, rubella, varicella zoster, it has been, you have it or take it from suboptimal conditions, and then you are been adding some additives, and then you are preparing a vaccine. The next will be inactivated vaccine. You are completely inactivating, or you are making the antigen dead. It will not multiply at all. If it is, you are giving it to a host also, it will not multiply. Then you are adding some additives and fluids and reagents, and then you are making it as a vaccine. Then sometimes when the pathogens are so virulent, so infectious, you cannot handle it that way. So what can you do? You can take some of the other strategies what the pathogen is following. For example, in the case of hepatitis B vaccine development, what we are targeting is the subunit of the hepatitis B virus, that is the surface antigen is being taken. This surface antigen is being purified, and it will be added with additives, and the vaccine is being prepared. I will be elaborating this hepatitis vaccine preparation in my following slides. Okay, then you have toxoid vaccine. So everybody has taken this vaccine, and we know what is it. It is TT vaccine, tetanus toxoid. Not only the pathogens, sometimes the extracellular products produced by the pathogens, they are more harmful. So the toxins that are being taken and it is being treated with some chemicals to make it inactive. And to this also you add some formulations. Why do you add these fluids and additives? Because they are called adjuvants. They enhance the property of this inactivated particles or antigenic particles, and then you construct a vaccine. Okay, and we are also having, in general, protein vaccines are good. In general, protein vaccines are good. However, the polysaccharides are also taken for the preparation of vaccines. When it is being taken, sometimes a carrier molecule is being added. A carrier molecule is just simply a vehicle that carries the polysaccharide candidate, and so that it stimulates the system and it makes it elicits the immune response, and it helps the system to respond to the polysaccharide as well. Generally, in the order of the complexity as well as the molecules, protein antigens comes first, followed by the lipids as well as the carbohydrate. So to remove out or to reduce this thing, we want to add some carrier molecules. So based on all these various methods like inactivation or using or a particular subunit like that, we have produced vaccine, and now we are having more than 135 vaccines. Okay, you can see a busy table now. This table has been published in the WHO vaccine fact book, and it goes on. The first vaccine was smallpox vaccine was prepared and released in 1798 for smallpox, and it is of live attenuated vaccine. And then you have every now and then certain vaccines are being added and and it is brought to the society for use. Based on the what type of vaccine it is being produced, we have plotted this. This is a very interesting chart. That is, if you see from 1800 onwards to till 2010, you can see the graph, the complexity goes increasing. What does this mean? Like earlier days, there were less technologies used for preparation of vaccines, but now we are having so many molecules are being exploited, just out of box thinking, as well as incorporating various interesting technologies. We are able to produce different types of vaccines. That is a conjugate vaccine, polysaccharide vaccine, purified protein, toxoid, recombinant protein, plasma derived, everything are being added along with the killed vaccines, whatever used those olden days. And if you are taking a vaccine, is it going to do good for others? You being vaccinated, is it going to do good for others? Yes, it is going to. You can see two red people. That is, they are not immunized, but they are actually sick and contagious. These people, if they are in the population, what they will do? They will spread the disease fast in the population. Yes. So this is what we are seeing in this SARS-CoV-2 also. None of us are vaccinated or to this SARS-CoV-2. Because this is a new to us. That's why they call it as novel coronavirus. Okay, novel coronavirus. So when that is there, the spreading is fast. So people want to emphasize stop this chain of spreading. So many all these lockdowns, everything's where to try to stop the chain of passing from an infected individual to a non-infected individuals, because each and every one of us are equally vulnerable to this SARS-CoV-2. So how we are going to, who is going to escape from this? All these are question marks. Okay, so let us be. There are so many unsolved mysteries in this SARS-CoV-2. the situations and time has to answer. We should wait for it. But when some of the people are being vaccinated or immunized means in the sense they are, you can those people also you can call them as immunized. If they are there, then the spread is going to be little bit reduced. In the next pane, you can see there you have so many individuals who are actually immunized, who are being exposed and they are immunized now. When this is there, the spread is to a non-immunized but a healthy individual. This reach is going to take time and it is not going fast. So that figure is being explained in this chart also. The herd immunity, you have a disease transmitter, and in a non-immune group, very fast they can get transmitted from one to another. But if there are in between immune individuals, then the spread, this can be reduced to a certain extent. So this reducing of this spread can actually help in our countries to we don't have so much of medical facilities to immediately attend to the critically ill persons. So this can sometimes help. This lockdowns or being isolated from the social life, that can actually sometimes help. Then what is there is, when talking about herd immunity, there comes the concept of immunity passport. What is mean by that? So some of the countries, they think if a person is being infected by SARS-CoV-2 and they are actually have gained the antibody response in them, then they are immune. So can we stamp them as COVID-19 immunity passports? But this question was a thought, but WHO has declined. No. Sometimes the reinfection can be also possible with the new emergence of mutants. The people can also be infected with the mutant ones. We don't know the clear answer. So this concept of immunity passport is dropped down. Okay. So the need for vaccination actually depends on the RO of infectivity. So what is meant by RO of infectivity? That means the number of people one sick person will infect on its average is called RO or R0. Here the maximum R0 values for a few viruses are given, and in this first comes measles, followed by mumps, followed by SARS, then by HIV, Ebola, as well as hepatitis C. The measles, mumps, you might have noticed in your childhood days, every one of you might have contracted this measles or mumps from the school. That too in the primary school going age, we might have got this measles or mumps. This measles or mumps being getting, the children being getting at a very young age doesn't have much impact, but they may be falling critically ill, and so we are also having vaccines available. This R0 value of the SARS-CoV-2 is about, it is the proper number is not available yet, but it may be roughly between 205 to 4. That maybe 3 to 4 persons may be infected by one SARS infected person. So that is why we should be careful and we need a vaccination. So with this vaccination, we can achieve the, because of this, if it is there, this vaccination is being developed, it may help to achieve the artificial herd immunity at a faster rate. Natural herd immunity occurs through disease spreading, and artificial herd immunity occurs by the way of vaccination. In England, you know, they have chickenpox party. What is in the chickenpox party? We might have heard about birthday parties, but there getting chickenpox at a young age doesn't cause so much harm when compared to that of getting chickenpox at a older age. So if a child gets chickenpox, they invite the nearby household children to their home, and they ask them to play with the child, and when they are being together, the morally the child who's been affected by the chicken pox also gets better. As well, the other children, they too get the chicken pox. And this, at getting chicken pox, there is a concept that getting chicken pox at an early age is going to do good to immune system, as well as it is, they are not for the one time only they are going to get the chicken pox, but they don't get it at a later stages. So you may be having a question, how much of people should be getting infected for developing the herd immunity for SARS-CoV-2. About 70%, 40 to 70% of the people should be getting exposed to this SARS-CoV-2. Then only there will be a development of herd immunity. So we don't know how long it is going to take. There are so much questions to be yet answered. So this we have in this table, you can see the herd immunity thresholds for some of the diseases, and it is actually ranging from 75% for mumps to for pertussis. We need 94% of the people to be vaccinated, or either natural herd immunity or artificial herd immunity should be developed. Then only they can prevent the spread of the disease. So the level of vaccination coverage required to interpret disease transmission will depend on the ease at which a disease is transmitted and the effectiveness of the vaccine at stimulating the immunity. Then, how can you calculate the vaccine efficacy? You can calculate the vaccine efficacy. So, by the development, various developmental processes, if we have developed a vaccine, further, finally, we need to calculate how much is the vaccine efficacy. So, to calculate this, you have to minus the attack rate in the vaccinated individuals from the attack rate in the unvaccinated individuals. So, attack rate in the unvaccinated individuals minus attack rate in the vaccinated individuals divided by attack rate in the unvaccinated group into 100 will give the vaccine efficacy. And this vaccine efficacy is actually ranging from 70% to 100%. Not all vaccines developed, they have 100% efficacy. So this efficacy, there is some differences, and some there are many factors that you can calculate or contribute to this vaccine efficacy. Will be which part of the antigen you have chosen to develop a vaccine, or which part you have chosen, or it also depends upon your immune system, how your immune system can contribute to it. Then that is the HLA molecules, which is considered to be the immunologist gold mine. They are responsible for antigen presentation pathway. They some of the HLA molecules which are present in us can present the antigens. Some which are contributed from the vaccines. Some of the HLA molecule, they cannot present those antigens. When they are not able to present those antigens, then those individuals will not develop antibodies. So even for a hepatitis B vaccine, we have only 90% of responders, vaccine responders. So the vaccine efficacy is 90%. So the 10% of individuals, they have to check their, how you can check who are responders versus who are non-responders. You can check by estimating the antibody levels against the hepatitis B surface antigen, what you have actually used for inoculating or vaccinating. So those will be, when you are using that, calculating the antibody titer, if you find it low, what can you do? You can take some booster doses. Booster doses are some small additional doses that will be added up to the system to stimulate the system once again and to produce the vaccines. So the population studies of immune response genes are also essential in this case to build up to our strength to for this. If a vaccine is being developed, universal vaccine cannot be made or achieved for all diseases. They can also depend upon the populations. For some of the populations, it may be 100% efficient. For some, it may be 95%. For some, 90%. But while preparing some target populations, nowadays we have so much of databases for all these immune response genes, their polymorphisms, everything. We are having databases for the entire world, and so those will be harvested, and they will be, as ma'am has described, the in silico analysis will be done, and will this HLA makeup of an individual from an African population or from an Asian population can produce antibodies to these vaccines, like that you can produce. Okay, so after developing vaccines, sometimes you might have come across some common reactions to vaccines. What are the common reactions you come across? The pain, swelling or redness, sometimes fever, some systemic symptoms are there. That is when you are giving a little load to your system. There are some pathogens you are giving even in an attenuated form can it can take more of energy from you. The immune system itself is an energy requiring process, and so because more of molecules of antibodies, antigens, antibodies, T cells, cytokines, so much are involved in the immune response against the pathogens. So this stress can make a person feel little bit tired or little bit having some pain or swelling. That is because a pain or swelling can be contributed to the factors of depot effects, which is being contributed by adjuvants, and this can raise a little elevated body temperatures and some skin rashes also in some cases when if there is some contamination. Okay, and so the adverse reactions are nowadays getting very rare, but there are some systems or groups where you can, or databases where you can report your adverse events following your immunization. Okay, so when comparing the safety versus efficacy of vaccine types with the various vaccines, it may be a live attenuated vaccine, a Jennerian vaccine, a replicating vaccine, a non-replicating viral vectors, the inactivated virus or virus-like particles or subunit or nucleic acid as vaccine. When you put it on a scale, the efficacy goes in one particular direction, and whereas the safety travels in the opposite way. The efficacy of the live attenuated virus is very good, but the safety is not that good because it can revert back. It can revert back sometimes, and it can cause some devastating symptoms. So people are trying to develop new additions or new improvements are being done to the other side, that is which have generally more safety but less efficient, but now so much modifications are being done, and those are also made more efficient. Okay, the success of live attenuated vaccines are effective because they replicate and deliver sustained dose of antigen, and they replicate at the anatomical site of infection, focusing the immune response. However, they are not advised for immunodeficiency patients. Occasionally, they may revert. Okay, how will you find out if they have reverted or not? Those occasional reversions of this vaccine candidates can be even tested in the environmental testing, which is generally done for polio vaccine. The drainages, because you know the polio has a fecal-oral route, and so the transmission, and so the drainage, from the drainage environmental samples will be taken and they will be tested if there is an occasional reversion of the pathogens or not. And for the immunodeficiency person, being it by genetics or by viruses, they make their immune system itself is weak, so this live attenuated vaccines will not be effective. That is why we traveling for, or for the other kinds of vaccines. But however, because of the effect of vaccine, the incidence of all the major viral diseases has come down. The polio, being it poliomyelitis or measles or rubella or mumps, from the time of introduction to after some time, when the entire world is being vaccinated, everything is coming down. In India, the polio was eradicated in the year 2011. And the first state to eradicate was the statewide successful immunization program was Kerala in 1993, followed by Tamil Nadu in 1994. And the last positive environmental sample was taken from Mumbai in November 2010. And then in 2011, India was like it was revealed that India is free from polio. So we have an end of polio in India. However, we should continue this. To continue that only, the government is promoting so much of mass campaign programs for vaccination. And this central government has also launched a scheme called Mission Indradhanush. Indradhanush stands for Indra, that is rainbow. And we know we have in rainbow, we have 7 colors. And this scheme promotes to eradicate the 7 diseases for which successful vaccinations are available. That is, it is to fully immunize every child. So in the chat box, there was a question, like one mother asked like in the previous session, like in the morning session, like she has missed vaccination schedule for the children during these days. What to do? Yes, you can talk with your pediatrician and you can take vaccine. Don't miss it. Even if you have missed now, no problem. There will be some time, sufficient time for you to take again the booster doses. But definitely see that your child is being immunized with all the available vaccines and which are actually prescribed by the Tamil Nadu government. So our Indian government or your country, different, since we are having an international level audience, I would like to tell, stick on to your schedule which is available in your country, because each country has their own vaccine schedule program based on the incidence of certain diseases. For some diseases which are very rare, in certain countries, those against those diseases, the vaccination will not be prescribed. So it is always better to go ahead with the country's policy for vaccination. So for the vaccine production methods, there are 3 main vaccine manufacturing strategies. You can manufacture it in vivo, in vitro, or chemical synthesis. Some of the vaccines can be produced using any one of the 3 method, while for others only one method will work. Depending upon which vaccine we are going to produce, we can choose, or the companies are choosing the methodology to produce the vaccines. Let me take an example of hepatitis B vaccine. So the first generation, there are in each we have generations of vaccines. That means the improvements that will be made from one generation to the another generation until you reach a comfortable vaccine. So the first generation HPV vaccine was developed in 1981. It was a plasma derived HPV vaccine and it was approved by FDA. And this was discontinued in 1990. Okay, so what does this mean? Hepatitis B virus is a virus that infects the liver and it causes jaundice. When it is infecting a person, being its nature, it produces more of surface antigens to the system. That is, it will be synthesizing surface antigen and it is releasing into the system. In how much? In the sense, for one active virion, you will have 200 surface antigens. So you can imagine how much is the surface antigens alone released into the system. So this is just to deviate the immune system, to deviate the attention of the immune system. So it tells, go and target the surface antigen. Antibodies will be produced against the surface antigens, but your virions will be successfully multiplying in the system. So understanding this nature, people developed this vaccine. And so from a recovered person, they used to harbor this antigens, and they will be giving to the persons. So this process, because it had human contamination of other proteins, other virions, or sometimes other viruses, so they discontinued in 1990, and you have second generation vaccine. This is a recombinant HBV vaccine. So the genetic engineering technology is used here. The HBV virus was purified. The DNA was extracted. The DNA was cloned in a bacterium. Then the isolation of S gene, that is the surface gene, was done from the DNA, and now a construction of a plasmid was constructed, and now this constructed recombinant plasmid is along with the S gene is being inserted to a yeast, and this yeast is now the master seed, and this yeast will be now multiplied, and when this yeast is going to multiply, it will release more of this surface antigens, that is the proteins of surface antigen will be released, and this will be harvested, and this will be used in vaccine. This is what we are doing it now. And so some of the persons who take very less percentage, those who have hypersensitivity or allergy to yeast, they have small skin itchings or irritations like that they have, but it is very little. You need not consider it that much. So it is really impossible to get hepatitis B from the new recombinant vaccine. Why? Because you are not using the virus, you are not using the plasma, you are using only one small part of the antigen or the virion, and are using it. So when this is being produced, more of antibodies are produced. When a virus, active viruses affects a person, before the antibody or before the virus starts deviating the immune system, go and attack the surface antigen, your immune system has ample amount of memory to affect or to tackle the surface antigen. Okay. If you have never had hepatitis B, you can get the 3 shots of hepatitis B vaccines, that is a recombinant vaccine. This was also the emphasis of the keynote speaker, the adolescent vaccines. So anybody can get this hepatitis B vaccine. It is less than 350 rupees, and it is it is advisable for it is nowadays it is compulsion for children, but for adolescents we might not have taken this vaccine. Those who have not taken this vaccines, they can take this vaccine, okay, because this is a very deadly and dangerous virus, and which is actually affecting the liver. If liver is being affected, the only choice of treatment here comes is the liver transplantation, and finding a donor for liver transplantation or the cost of liver transplantation is very high. Okay, then the India leads the vaccine market. This has been emphasized by the previous speakers also. More than 2/3 of the total volume of vaccine manufactured in India is exported, while the rest is utilized domestically. And it is the largest producer of recombinant hepatitis B vaccine. India is the largest producer for hepatitis B, as well as Nasovac, that is the influenza vaccine. In 2019, GlaxoSmithKline, that is represented the largest player in the Indian vaccine market, and other major players include Sanofi, Pfizer, Novartis, Serum Institute of India, and IMARC, that is it is a company that tells about the market value of everything. It tells in India the vaccine market in 2019 was worth around INR 94 billion. So okay, that much of money the vaccine market has earned. It is estimating for 2025 to be 215 billion Indian rupees. So we can be proud that India is actually leading the vaccine market. So when the developing of the vaccines, there will be different phases. Okay, you have 4 different phases. Let me tell what they are. So the phase 1, that is after being completing of the some of your in silico analysis, some of the culture experiment based analysis, some of the animal studies are completed. A vaccine comes in success for human subjects. So you have phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, like that you have. So in the phase 1, only it will be subjected with few dozens of individuals. In phase 2, today I read a paper from New England Journal of Medicine, and which was with the help of, they have tested, done the phase 1 trial for mRNA based vaccine, and this they have done with 46 individuals, right? So that is the phase 1 trial. Next, the phase 2 trials, it consists of 50 to 100 individuals, and phase 3 trials will be in thousands to 10,000s of subjects. In all these, they will be testing the safety concern, and in any part, if they feel the safety is questionable, then they will stop. Then they will be stopping it, and it will be brought in for licensing. So what do you mean by then phase 4? In phase 4, even after the vaccine is being released into the market, each batch will be tested. Each batch will be tested for its safety and efficacy. If its safety or efficacy becomes question mark, that will be stopped. So every batch will be tested, and for its potency, for its purity, for its sterility, everything will be tested, and the results will be, the FDA will be reviewing this very frequently, and it will be inspecting the factories where the vaccine is made, and this helps the vaccines meet standards for both quality as well as safety. And there is also some simple techniques to monitor this, like vaccine vial monitor. So vaccines are being brought to each and every nook and corner of our villages too, and when they are being transferred, they should be actually done through cold chain system. If the cold chain system is broken somewhere because of some power failures, because of some held up programs, held up delays in some travel, then what will happen is the property of the vaccine becomes changed. The adverse reactions can start to increase, or sometimes they can reactivate, or some problems can happen. So there are some vaccine vial monitors which are put on the stickers, or put like stickers on the bottles, like with some color codes. For example, in the first column you can see the central square is white, whereas the surrounding is gray in color. When you put this along at the time of manufacturing, this will be sticking to the vial. As we are doing the autoclaving, if there is a complete autoclaving, the color in the central square should change. That is, you have subjected it to some temperatures. Higher temperatures it has gone, and the material is properly sterilized. So if it has properly transmitted through all the cold chains, this sticker will be as such, no color change will be happening. But if there is some color change, either it has become to the background color, or it has become dark in color, you should not utilize it. This should not be utilized. Okay, so there are some promising areas for exploration of vaccines, which has been in detail described in the previous talk about the cancer, leprosy. Then even for the vaccines which we still have, there can be some improvements made, and also the SARS-CoV-2 also we don't have. There can be various reasons for non-availability of these vaccines, because they keep on mutating, or their antigenic variation is so high, or they are it is because of various reasons we have difficulty in producing the vaccines. So there are some promising areas to explore the vaccines. Some of the risk of vaccines, that is when there is a risk being identified, the companies or the institutions or the countries, they are itself working for it, and they are replacing it with some successful vaccines. And this sometimes you have a fever for some of the vaccines, then there are some notes risk which are being told, like MMR vaccine and autism, but should remember we don't have any biological or epidemiological evidence for this. I will be discussing this in the myths and facts. Okay, in developing countries or in any country, the adverse reactions are acceptable price for prevention of death and debilitating the disease for the masses. So for so much of people, we cannot keep on protecting them. There will be small discomforts like a fever or like a swelling or like a pain. We have to tolerate it for the prevention of the diseases. Okay, the social issues of the new century are safety concerns, rise of anti-vaccinations. Like for anything or everything, there are some group of people who are against it. Okay, we don't want vaccine, we are good, our system will protect us. Okay, why not? You rely on some of the technological advancements for your day-to-day life. Likewise, the scientific advancements also we can trust. Then the cost for developing countries, cost for developing these vaccines are high, and the adequacy of supply, that becomes also a question mark. So WHO tries to support as well as the rich people of the world. They are also trying to contribute to the various programs which are actually supporting for the vaccinations. So there was a question about future vaccine, how our future vaccines should be. It should be with strong immunogenicity without increasing reactogenicity. We should have a long-lived efficacy. For example, measles, we have lifelong immunity after immunizing with a single event. So we expect long-lived immunity. However, for some vaccines like the bacterial vaccines, the typhoid vaccine, we can have trusted it for only 10 years because the memory response developed is not that strong for a lifelong. And we should take once again after 10 years, if we are going to travel for some place or if you want, you can take up. So those comes under the list of travelers vaccine. And the cost effectiveness should be, that is, we should try to store a vaccine at room temperature itself. That will be a good added advantage. And then mode of vaccine administration should be non-invasiveness. Here comes the nasal drops or oral polio drops or the patches like vaccines or your edible vaccines, right? Some of you are interested to listen about the edible vaccines. Yes, some plans are being exploited to study the edible vaccines. How you are going to, they are doing the work with bananas, tomatoes, potatoes, spinach, corn, rice, like that. It has been studied. So the one simple methodology of development of vaccine using potato, they cut the leaf of potato, then they take a bacterial cell, and there the antigen of the virus is being added, it is infected. Now this bacterium is infecting the plant cell, and after this a callus will be developed, and this callus will grow to a potato plant, and now the potato that will be coming as a yield. We expect that to synthesize the antigen, but these edible vaccines are not completely successful. There are some reviews to discuss about why we don't have it. Now we don't have a very highly successful vaccine which is released in market. Okay, coming to the final SARS-CoV-2 vaccine. The vaccines we have, we are having vaccines which are developed against COVID-19 with very many target types by more than 120 institutions, and so many countries are also involved. And various targets are being used like inactivated virus, virus-like particle, protein, nanoparticles, DNA-based vaccine, protein subunit-based vaccine, live attenuated viruses, replicating viral vectors, then some unknown, like they haven't yet revealed, like that. These are some long list which you can see in the WHO draft landscape of COVID-19 candidate vaccines, which is released in 20 March 2020. More than 120 institutions are working on it, and among that, the most promising are from UK, US, Germany, and as well as the China. So the companies, they are like Astra, which is from the study is from Oxford University, that is the mRNA based, and it is in now stage trial 2 and 3, and Moderna in that is with trial 2, and the Pfizer with stage 1 and 1 and 2, and which is both in executed in Germany as well as China, and then once again CanSino Biological in Beijing. This also in trial stage, this 1 and 2 in China. So these among all the 120, these are the few handpicked which are competing, which is going to come first, The AstraZeneca, the Pfizer, they are also doing, the companies from India are also taking part in that. Okay, and like as it was told, the Bharat Biotech, they are and also the Serum Institute of India, they are taking part in those vaccine production methodologies. Okay, coming to the final aspect of my discussion, that is the myths and facts of vaccination. So first myth, the vaccines cause autism. Is it true or false? No, there is no relationship between any vaccine and autism. One reason, possible reason is the autism, we start to notice autism at the stage when we take MMR vaccine, measles, mumps, rubella vaccine. But initially there was a paper published in Lancet that vaccines cause autism, but after a few years, they could find that this particular study was being supported by the parents of autistic children. So they supported the study. The lawyers have funded the study, and the investigators have done that, and they have given report with little number of samples, as well as it was, they told it was a consecutive sample, but it was not like that. It was a selective samples. So then they retracted the paper from Lancet. So they're telling that vaccines does not cause autism. Then the next myth is, it's not necessary to vaccinate so early in life. So when a child is very young, we should not vaccinate, like that. There is a myth. But it is told that in a developing country like India, if you take a child out of hospital or in a hospital itself, so many nosocomial infections are there. The air is completely with you in the air itself. We have M. tuberculosis bacteria circulating, and if you don't vaccinate, the child is going to meet the pathogen first. So that is going to be more dangerous. Okay. So that is also not true. Then the next myth is, the vaccine schedule is too aggressive and should be spaced out. There should be space, like that they are telling. So much, you might have noticed at a young age, so much vaccines okay, first day do this, next week do this, in the 10th week go for this vaccine, like that. But this immunization schedule is determined by decades of 10, 20, 30, 40 years of medical evidence, showing there is an optimal window of time when vaccines are most effective in preventing, and children are most vulnerable to these diseases. So they are perfectly planned and properly executed, so we can go with that schedule itself. Then vaccinations cause the disease that they are meant to prevent. So it is also not so, because they don't contain the active viruses. If it is having it like that, those vaccines will be taken out from the market. Vaccines contain unsafe toxins. Fact, it's true that vaccines do contain trace amounts of formaldehyde, mercury, and aluminum to a level that doesn't affect the person. Okay, to permissible level it is there. But then the next myth is the effectiveness of vaccination has never been proven. The fact is, it is simply stated and scientifically proven vaccines are extremely effective. It is not just a fun, we go and get vaccinated. They are scientifically proven. Then another myth is not vaccinating my child affects only my child. That is also really a myth, because unfortunately, as we have seen it in recent years, this simply isn't true. I have told you we have an artificial herd immunity, that to contribute to that artificial herd immunity, children must be vaccinated. If they are not vaccinated, then the disease spread to the other children will be also happening. So it is better to vaccinate our own child also to protect it for the welfare of others. So the references for this presentation will be WHO Vaccine Facts Book 2012. We will be mailing you this. It is a completely big book, like entire overview of more than 58 pages of all the beautiful tables what I have shown you, and then followed by edible vaccines review, and which is published in Austin Journal of Nutrition and Food Science. And for SARS-CoV-2 vaccines, we have WHO draft for COVID-19 vaccines, and for mRNA-based vaccine, that is, this was published in New England Journal of Medicine. With this, I have completed my discussion, and now a recap. We have discussed about the background, then about the vaccine development, the vaccine efficacy and herd immunity, the future of vaccines, SARS-CoV-2 vaccine, then followed by myths and facts about vaccines. Okay, so I would like to conclude with the quote, that is, vaccination has come a long way since Jenner, and we can be confident that vaccinologists will continue to extract beautiful melodies from the orchestra of the immune system. This is the quote I would like to share in any of the presentation about vaccination. So you can be also confident that sure our immunologists are going to give a beautiful vaccine. The take home message is, you can be confident that we are going to get a vaccine, and the simplified or logic or message is, smile, it is actually infectious. You can make the flow. Someone smiled at me today, and now I am smiling too. So what are you going to do? Are you going to smile? Which kind of response you are going to show? Despite the difficulties, you can keep smiling. It is going to good. Okay. So with this, I would like to thank the Madurai Kamaraj University, and my alma maters, the staff members, Holy Cross College, Nagarkoil, my teachers from St. Xavier's College, my professor from University of California, San Francisco, all my family members for their continuous support. Okay, thank you for your patience listening. Now I will take up your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Jayalakshmi. One of the candidates has asked whether the concept of herd immunity works in India, having huge population.
Okay, the concept of herd immunity will really work even in India, because we have proven that for other viral diseases. The polio we have completely eradicated. Even we can be sure there may be one or two individuals who might have missed, but we don't have any polio cases. So that itself tells that the herd immunity, we have reached the herd immunity, and we can be successful. But we should be careful from the neighboring countries where we have few cases in the Pakistan. So at the borders, if the children who are unvaccinated, they play with the vaccinated or non-immune children, through the fomite transmission, it can be transmitted, right? That's why for this also we can reach, but how much percentage, that is the question mark. It will become, it is actually becoming more for some of the diseases, as I have said, that depends upon the R naught value. Like that of the measles, mumps, it is highly infectious, so you should vaccinate more individuals, or they should get natural vaccination. Okay, that natural vaccination. So here also the lockdowns and everything are not just to wait us for a production of vaccine. It is like to tackle the situation also. If there are some emergency people, the number of people getting emergency sick, we need some beds in hospitals. Those settings, if more mass people are getting affected at a particular time itself, it becomes really difficult for for tackling. So that is why they are telling lockdown, don't travel from here and there, try to isolate yourself, and being protecting you, also protect others. Yes, so we hope we can reach.
Yeah, the next question is, what is the mechanism for vaccine against cancer? How it will work against the tumors?
Okay, but against vaccines are a complex diseases, and cancers are complex diseases, and there are different stages, as well as the different variations are there. It is really difficult to develop a vaccine against cancer. However, for the Nobel laureate, he has what's his name? He has developed a vaccine against lung cancer. He has used his own pancreatic macrophages, and that way the vaccine development is there. But nothing we can say these days. It is impossible. There is lot of out of box thinking from all young generation people and from community, and anything is possible in this nation or in this country. With the availability of little knowledge, we cannot say no, this cannot be developed. But right now we don't have successful cancer vaccines.
Yeah, maybe I just like to add a few points.
Okay.
Like for cancers, it is always therapeutic vaccine is there, because there are two types of vaccines. Yeah. One is prophylactic vaccine, the other one is therapeutic. So for a disease like cancer, it is very difficult to get a prophylactic vaccine, but we can go for therapeutic vaccine. That means you get after getting the tumor, you can treat the tumor by way, instead of drugs, you can go for vaccine also. So that approach also is being tried, and for some human papilloma vaccine, I mean viruses, carcinoma. For those, sarcoma.
Sorry, ma'am, I forgot about the HPV vaccine.
Yeah.
So for HPV, we have
a successful vaccine.
Yeah, successful vaccine. And for breast cancer, we are having some monoclonal antibody
treatment is there.
Treatments like we have, but the cost is being very high. Cost of the treatment options are high.
Another question is mRNA vaccine gonna be effective for going to be effective for COVID?
Yeah, we should.
We have to wait, I think.
We should. The phase 1 trials are released, and in July 17th only that paper is published in NEJM, and yes, with 46 individuals they have done, and so many details of the patients they have taken into consideration. Starting with the different doses, 25 microgram, 100 microgram, 125 microgram, like the different doses of mRNA vaccine they have given, and they have looked into it. And but we should wait for some time.
Yeah, we have to wait for the results. And two people have asked about what is plasma therapy.
Okay, plasma therapy is we know when antigen, when a virus affects a person, there can be two types of immune response. One is the cell-mediated immune response, and another is the antibody-mediated immune response. So, in your cell-mediated immune response, the CD4 as well as T cells, CD8 cells are having more role. And in the antibody based, your B cells will be producing the plasma cells, and the plasma cells will be generating the antibody. So this antibodies, they can form neutralizing the targets. They can go and attach and mask to the antigen pathogen, and they can prevent the antigen affecting a particular individual. So this in recovered persons, this antibody level will be very high. We know in the initial age stages, there will be immunoglobulin M produced, IgM, and later on when the person is recovering, immunoglobulin G will be produced, and it will be sufficiently with higher titer. This titer will be persistent even after the person gets cured. This you can take or harvesting this antibody and using it for a person who the system is not responding very well to produce the antibody, or they are because of various reasons, because of their age factor, they are not able to produce sufficient antibody. So for the persons, if we can administer this antibody, this is a passive way. In the mother, passive administration you can have it in two ways: natural way or artificial way. Natural way happens from your mother to your fetus, and that is IgG through the placenta, or IgA through the breast milk. Same way, to a passively person, you are from a recovered person, you are harvesting the immunoglobulins and administering to a affected individual who is not able to produce sufficient amount of antibody. Then that is called as plasma therapy. That is called as plasma therapy.
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Jayalakshmi. I think some of the many other questions are coming. We can just answer them through mail, or we can send them all the informations, whatever they needed.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yes,
shall we wind up? So you can
yes,
just
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes,
yeah,
ma'am.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, I have 1 minute. I have a few slides to show you. We had a very good response from the participants, and that is from 13 countries. We had more than 100,100 registrations. The response was very good from the initially when I saw, it was the male were dominating.
Okay.
Afterwards, after yesterday, the people,
even girls have started coming.
Yeah, girls have responded more, and we have a response from both the genders. And student representation is about 55%. Then all others are also followed by assistant professors. Yeah, teachers. The teachers are willing to learn. A teacher can't never stop learning.
Learning, yes, yeah, that's true.
That is our commitment to our job. We should keep learning. And so the assistant professor, it is 19%, followed by research scholars 11%, and others. Okay, so we have a good representation. And then coming to the PG students, that is 38% of the population is from PG students, followed by UG students 30%, and then PhD holders are 27%, and others are also there. So thank you everyone for your overwhelming response, and we thank all our administration, our technical staff who supported us, all the friends who actually shared this information. In a short notice we did, and so they could transmit it, pass on to this information to others. And so I would like to thank everyone. You will be receiving your your feedback link is already given. You can fill up your feedback link, and you can submit. Please wait for 10 days. You will be getting it.
Certificate, yeah.
Yeah, per day 100 certificates only will be
issued.
issued by e-certificate mode. So you can wait and look into for 10 days of the maximum in your registered mail ID. And if you didn't get even after 10 days, you kindly contact the same mail ID where you have used for registering. We will be sharing you. Yes.
Okay.
You can now share your views.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay, we can then say goodbye to all the participants. It was nice talking to you all and also discussing about various questions what they were having in their mind. If you have some more questions, kindly do send it to our mail IDs and we will be able to answer them at the earliest. Thank you so much, Dr. Jayalakshmi. And as you said, all the technical people, our university authorities, our Vice Chancellor, Registrar, and everybody, and also the speakers like Dr. Somashekar and Dr. Balakrishnan, who is not there now. So, on their behalf, we thank everybody for this one-day webinar. Thank you. And,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
okay, we can sign out. Thank you.
Yeah, sign out. Thank you.